sir. It's a house.
Wow, look how little I am down in that. Let's hold on a second. Gotta open up the. That's right. Every time you reboot it, resets the whole camera thing. Forgot to check. There we go. Can you guys hear the when the super chats go up there? Because yesterday, when I watched the replay, when a super chat came in, I heard the music for it, but I can't hear anything. Can you guys hear it? It's weird. I wonder. I don't know what the setting is for that. But one of them actually had the sound effect on it with the, like the taco stomp one. Hey, thanks. So you guys can hear those. That's so strange. I can't hear them at all on my end. I wonder how that's possible without seeing it. Huh. That's really weird. So you guys have been able to hear these lately. That's funny. Yeah, it doesn't show for me. Don't know. But thank you, Cheryl Bullock and Richard Watts. Can't imagine gas in an RV. Yeah. I mean, it's weird. It's, you know, what's weird is like gas is nationally it's like $4 and some odd cents, but in California it's 8 something. So what that means is that California puts $4 minimum of tax on the gasoline. You know, probably 5 or 6. I mean, what the hell do they do with that money? That's ridiculous. Per gallon. You know, every time you get 10 gallons in there, you're giving $60 to the state of California. To do what? Well, yeah, it's $8 a gallon in California. So if you got 10 gallons, it'd be $80. And that means 60 of it's going to the state because there's already, you know, every other state has a gas tax too, but they don't charge as much. So they must be getting like 5. Yeah, that could be hair gel for Newsom. That sounds about right. He, you know, puts buckets of it on his head every single day. That's for sure. But, you know, while you're watching, you guys, if you want to help support the channel, every super chat is greatly appreciated. Every channel membership gifted is greatly appreciated. And helps us continue to do what we do over here, all right? Some people actually like my channel. It's amazing. All right, here's the updates. Here, let's see.
Now back to our continuing coverage of last night's mass shooting at Arcadia Lake. Oklahoma's Governor Kevin Stitt saying what happened is unacceptable and has no place in our state. Meanwhile, the park is back open tonight, and people who were at that scene last night have been allowed to go back and pick up anything they left behind.
And while despite what we saw happen last night, people in that area are defending Arcadia Lake as a safe place to be. City leaders say they are taking action to keep it that way. KOCO Chantel Navarro joining us live tonight. Chantel, we heard from the mayor earlier today about what comes next.
Yeah, we did. He just had a news conference, but I also spoke with witnesses today who were just north of the lake when it happened. They said they heard the they heard the gunshots, they heard the screaming, and here we have the bullet holes right on the pavilion. And the mayor said he's today who were just north of the lake when it happened. They said they heard the
This is Coco 5.
they heard the gunshots, they heard the screaming, and here we have the bullet holes right on the pavilion, and the mayor said he's looking into all options to keep people safe.
I mean, there's 23 people that were injured.
The actions of a few individuals do not reflect the character, strength, or values of our city.
Mayor Mark Nash is defending his city and the people here. Just hours after 23 people were injured in a mass shooting at a popular Arcadia Lake campground.
It happened kind of sporadically, and then slowly we started seeing cars started just flying down the road past us.
Jason Hearn was there, heard and saw it all. This party was advertised as a Sunday fun day, escalating to anything but.
There was some shouting going on.
Yeah, it seemed like there was like a fight that happened in there.
It sounded just like, almost like a big celebration, like a big party. The people I were with, the friends I were with, we all kind of commented. I was like, it's getting really loud up there. And then just shortly, I mean, within a minute or so, that's when the shooting started.
Edmond police say they're still looking into who and how many people are responsible. We do know the victims are between 16 and 30 years old. And while some are expected to be okay, others are critical tonight. So why was there not a patrol?
Why was there not a patrol? Because we don't patrol that 24 hours a day.
Would you be considering doing so?
We're reviewing all of our policies.
The mayor says they're also looking into what other security measures they can do, how to stop this from ever happening here again.
My understanding, you have to be of legal age to reserve a facility.
Is that enough to stop them though if this happened? I mean, if there was no permit, how else?
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem, isn't it? I mean, and I can't go any farther than that because we've got an investigation going on.
So again, no suspect information at this time. Of course, we're going to continue asking police about this. We'll let you guys know as soon as we get some more details, but we also have community leaders, clergy, and Live Free Oklahoma. They're going to be meeting tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. at Garden Oaks Community Center. They're going to be talking about all of this as well and steps kind of moving forward to stop the violence here in the area. For now, live in Edmond, Chantal Navarro, KOCO 5 News.
Just to see the bullet holes there, the campgrounds at Arcadia Lake. Chantel, thank you. And our KOCO's Megan Mosley also live tonight, continuing our team coverage. Meg, I know you spoke with neighbors in that area. What are they saying about this?
Yeah, Abby, the man I spoke with lives less than a mile away from where that shooting happened, and he says he hopes this doesn't deter visitors from the lake.
Incidents like this are rare, and they do not define us.
No, this is a great area. I think, I mean, all things considered, you know, sometimes we got backed up traffic and so forth, but we never really have a lot of ruckus in the area.
A Sunday night mass shooting at Arcadia Lake comes as a shock to the neighbors surrounding it.
I think, you know, it's still a great lake. It's still a great community, and we've got a lot of mountain bike trails and various other trails and stuff to do around here. It's sad that this happened here.
Edmond officials telling us the people who were at the lake at the time of the shooting weren't supposed to be there. So how exactly did they get in?
That is a public park campground area.
Yeah, it's not like there's a gate.
Yeah. So when it's a campground, you have access 24 hours a day if you're camping there.
For James, who frequents the lake, he says the shooting didn't stop him from biking his trail Monday morning.
Well, I come out here every Monday and ride, so cool. And so I thought I'd come on out and try it. And when I got here, everything was open. And there's been a lot of people on the bike trail.
Now, while the shooting was alarming and terrifying for nearby neighbors, Fred is emphasizing he doesn't want the shooting to deter visitors at the lake.
It's sad that this happened here, but yeah, I think people should enjoy it for sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's kind of weird because nobody's been arrested or anything at this point. So the shooting happened around 9 p.m. Sunday during a party at Arcadia Lake in Edmond, Oklahoma. 23 people were injured and taken to metro area hospitals, and they were spread out all over the place. Like, some people took off really quick after being shot and then pulled over, and then an ambulance would show up there. You know what? Everybody didn't stay right there. And Integris Health officials said they are treating 13 patients and at two of their hospitals. 3 remain in critical condition, and 4 others were seriously injured. The conditions of the victims taken to other hospitals are unknown. No arrests have been made, and information about those involved has not been released. Anyone with information about the case is to call the department at 405-359-4438. Edmond police announced Monday that at least 23 people were injured. I think this is sort of like a blog, a little bit. I mean, this is what she said then.
So we're out here investigating a shooting this evening that occurred.
I mean, we listened to this last night.
Occurred at approximately 9 o'clock. There's a party at Lake Arcadia. Edmond Police, along with Oklahoma Highway Patrol and Oklahoma City Police, responded to find multiple victims. I can confirm.
I don't know. The Oslo one was a little different. That thing doesn't remind me of that at all. That thing was insane. You know, the guy tracking down all the people over at. This is just seems like people showed up to where the undercovered area where there was party and started shooting. Where the Oslo one was, you know, the guy stalked down people. You know.
That we have transported 10 to area metro hospitals in various conditions. I do not have an update on those conditions at this time. However, there will be more victim numbers coming in as some did take their own personal vehicles to the hospital. We are going to be investigating throughout the evening and on into tomorrow. Anyone with information can contact the Edmond Police Department. So that's really all the information we have at this time. We will, like I said, as soon as we can update with more information, we will get that out.
So just various injuries and no fatalities.
At this time, I don't have a condition.
I think I don't know how many fatalities. I think there's some more recent articles. Yeah, let me go to these other ones. This is it.
Yes, I got something right here. I wasn't even thinking about it once it happened, because it's just like it was so many people that was actually truly injured and hurt that my mind wasn't even there. Like my adrenaline was just pumping so much that it was just like I was just worried about trying to help the next person until the police got here, you know, just to make sure that they were okay, because they were more badly injured than me. You know, I'm just lucky enough that I got to pull the piece of fragment that was just in there out of my leg. Trying to hide from people and then they're just coming from every which way is just so scary. Like, you just never really knew. I just was praying to God that I didn't get hit, I didn't die, and I was just praying I get to make it home, I get to call my mom. You know, my phone was dead. It just was a whole scary situation.
Yeah, that would have been trippy. It says a weekend shooting at a lakeside park in Oklahoma has left nearly 24 people injured. Wow, I thought there had to have been somebody. I mean, so nobody died, right? There was this one girl that looked like she didn't make it. Began arguing at an unsanctioned. So let's see, an injured erupted. Let me read this. It's hard to. Let's see. A weekend shooting at a lakeside park in Oklahoma that left nearly 24 people injured erupted when a group began arguing at an unsanctioned party. Well, how come there was people with balaclavas on? You know, ski masks. That seems... party packed with young adults, a witness said Monday. Authorities were continuing to search for suspects Monday in the shooting that critically injured at least 3 of those hurt. No arrests have been made. It wasn't clear how many of the injured had been shot, police said Monday in a statement. It provided few answers about what had happened. The shooting broke out Sunday night at a public park near a campground at Arcadia Lake, a popular swimming and boating spot in Edmond, just north of Oklahoma City, Edmond police spokesperson Emily Ward said. Jeremiah Smith estimated 250 people were up at the party. He said the trouble began when a group of girls started arguing over boyfriends. It just started a whole bunch of chaos, he said. Now, I saw that, like a video of people. Let me see if I can find it. that's it. Yeah, maybe that wasn't it. Said the kids are all treated in home recovering. They are so traumatized. We don't know the condition of one of the girls. Pray for these, please. Let me see if I can find. Well, there is a video where there's just sort of some shoving with a couple girls there. So everybody got scared. Dudes was panicking. Women was panicking. People seeing their friends fight, Smith said. The 18-year-old said he heard shots ring out in different directions for several minutes as he ran towards the lake. Those hit included 2 of his friends, he added. At least 18 people were treated at hospitals in Oklahoma City. One healthcare system said the victims it treated ranged in age from 16 to 30. It said 3 people were in critical condition and 4 were listed in serious. Police in Edmond said Monday that the party had been promoted across social media, drawing a large crowd of mostly young adults. This sort of sounds like the Kylie Rodney party, the party part. Just everybody's partying at a place. In her case, she just got drunk and drove into the lake. Edmond Mayor Mark Nash said the shooting took place at a public park where spaces can be reserved for large gatherings. To our knowledge, there was no reservation through the Parks Department. Nash declined to answer questions about the shooting, saying police were handling the investigation. We're already taking steps to review and strengthen park operations, permitting process, and security measures. Some of those injured were transported for medical attention, while others sought treatment on their own. UVO Health said it received 5 people at its trauma center, but didn't elaborate. Anyways, it just sounds like they don't have any suspects yet. How could they not have? So if it was just sort of like a fight, and it escalated and then there was shooting, somebody knows who these people are right there, It doesn't really make a lot of sense that nobody knows, we don't know who the suspects are. They're still looking for suspects, not... Well, when they say looking for suspects, does that mean that they know who the suspects are and looking for them, or they're looking to identify some suspects? It's pretty crazy. But hey, guys, if you're out there and you can help support the channel, that would be great. We're currently have 1 gifted membership and $2 in super chats. So we're currently on a standard night 1/40th. Or 1/50th-ish to reaching. So if you guys have the ability, that would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really have any more to add to that. So I was going to go, let's just do this old school cold case. All right. Look for it. It's not a false flag. I mean, why do everybody always do this stuff, man? For example, the shooter in the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's just a nut job who showed up. It's a real thing. It actually happened. People are analyzing. People show up to my video and are astounded that somebody actually put together the video in a way like, wow, there's not a conspiracy theory. Everybody else has this crazy, version of events that happen there. Wild. Unbelievable, really. Yeah, there's no ninjas there, man. No, 90. Hold on. Okay. So it says a 26-year-old Middleburg woman who works in Jacksonville might have been abducted, according to authorities who found her car abandoned in the woods with the engine still running. So her vehicle was found abandoned in the woods with the engine still running. She might have been abducted. Clay County detectives are searching for Teryl. It's T-E-R-Y-L. It's a female. So like probably Terrell Orcut, whose 1989 red Ford Thunderbird was found Sunday at about 8 a.m. parked along Florida 218. Let's see if we can find that. Let's see where 218 is. Okay. No, that's... I'm looking for Florida 218. There's 228. Let's see. It says 218 west, about a half mile west of Mimosa Avenue. Okay, let's see where that is. Mimosa Avenue. Okay, that's over here. And then maybe this is 218. Yeah, that's 218. All right. So it says Florida 218 west, about a half mile west of Mimosa Avenue. So that probably means Mimosa's right there. And then you come down to here. And then a half mile in this direction. Let's see. Almost. It went too far. Right there. Alright, so west, about a half mile west of Mimosa Avenue in Middleburg. Miss Orcutt's car was found about 2.25 hours after a local man heard a woman scream and saw another vehicle drive away from the heavily wooded area, said Captain Tim Martin. A pair of prescription eyeglasses, which Miss Orcutt always wore, were found broken in half within 50 feet of her car. Yes, let's see. Broken glasses. And saw another. Okay, so it says saw another vehicle drive away from the heavily wooded area. A pair of prescription sunglasses, which Miss Orcutt always wore, were found broken in half within 50 feet of her car. However, there was no evidence of a struggle at the vehicle, which was unlocked. Miss Orcutt is an assistant manager in the delinquent loans department at Sunbank at the Gulf Life Tower in Jacksonville. Detectives found her purse containing cash and credit cards on the car seat and an open can of soda nearby. There was no damage to the vehicle or other evidence indicating that it had been forced off the road or disabled, he said. The car was about 6 miles from the home. Miss Orcutt has been driving from Jacksonville to Middleburg, where she lived with her mother and was last seen about 5 a.m. Sunday. Martin said a man who lives near where Miss Orcutt's car was found said he heard a woman scream about 5:45. Okay, what did it say over there? Somebody heard a scream. There was another part that said that. It was found 8 a.m. However, there was no evidence of a struggle at the vehicle. Miss Orcutt is an assistant manager. Detectives found a purse. I thought it said over here, like there was a scream, there it is. Miss Orcutt's car was found 2.25 hours after a local man. Okay, so we'll just put, well, hell, did they name the person? She'd been driving from Jacksonville. Let's see. Detectives found her purse containing cash and credit cards on the car seat and an open can of soda nearby. There was no damage to the vehicle or other evidence indicating that it had been forced off the road. Thanks, Allie Cake. The car was about 6 miles from her home. Miss Orcutt had been driving from Jacksonville to Middleburg, where she lived with her mother and was last seen about 5 a.m. Let's see, let me just do a quick, that's where I have her living right there. And that's 5.4, so yeah, probably 6 driving-ish. So that's where she lived at the time. I went and looked it up on Been Verified. So through there. Let's see. Martin said a man who lives near where Miss Orcutt's car was found said he heard a woman scream at 5:45. So, could be just somewhere in this neighborhood right there. We'll just put like, man, at 5:45, man heard scream from woman. When he looked out of his window, he saw a vehicle drive away from the area. The man could not tell whether the vehicle was a car or a truck because it was still dark and the woods obscured the vision, Martin said. Okay, so it said the man could not tell whether the vehicle was a car or a truck because it was still dark. Yeah, so I bet you he was right in here. Because, you can't see out to the road. A passing motorist reported the abandoned car to sheriff deputies at about 8 a.m., telling officers that he had seen it parked in the same spot when he drove by the area earlier that morning. We are working this as an abduction at the time, but the more time that elapses without her being found causes us great concern, Martin said. We definitely suspect foul play, given the circumstances. Hey, you guys, we're doing another show tonight. My channel relies on the people watching to help support it. If you have the ability to, I'd really appreciate it. We could use some gifted channel memberships, super chats, etc. And that would be fantastic. Thank you. Hold on. Let me go to the next one. Family thinks Middleburg woman. If there's 151 people watching, how come the only people chatting are moderators? I mean, are there other people? I think, let's do a poll here.
Wave, woman surfing emoji, ocean wave emoji.
Let's see. Yeah, you're a big troll. We can get a good percentage. I usually think it's close to like 40%. But thanks for the views, trolls. I appreciate it. I'm always appreciative of that. Yeah, you can already see. So we're at about 18 votes and 40%. So that, I mean, I think there's probably a good 60 trolls watching for sure. God, what losers, man. Why don't you watch what, go watch something else. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So right now we got 27 votes and 30 are trolls. And they know that I can't tell who voted, so they're being honest. I don't know what your name is. I don't confuse it. It just looks like troll. Trolla. But yeah, it'd be great if you guys could help support the channel. Hey, thanks, Jessica. All right, anyways, here's another. Family thinks Middleburg woman new abductor. Terrell Orcut's family continued hoping for her safe return. This is on January 24th, 1990. I think she went missing right around like the 21st, I think. Let's see. Oh, yeah, January 21st, 1990. That was a picture of her too. Police believe she was abducted Sunday morning, sometime before her car was found in the woods with its engine running. Miss Orcutt's mother, Rosie Robinson, 56, brushed away tears as she clutched her missing daughter's purse tightly to her chest and waited for news from sheriff's deputies and neighbors who were searching the woods.
Surfer emoji.
She has never been away from me before. She would never leave me or run off, Miss Robinson said. Miss Orcutt, 26, is an assistant manager in the delinquent loans department at Sunbank in Jacksonville. The family, it's weird on that one site that I go to called Cold Case, like Faces of Cold. I mean, like there's so many from Jacksonville, Florida, and almost all of those have really poor coverage in newspapers. But this one had, so that's good. Miss Orcutt unlocked car was found at 8 a.m. Sunday, parked near a wooded area along Florida 218 west, about a half mile west of Mimosa Avenue at Middleburg. Okay, so I guess that, so this is the right spot. And that's probably the wooded area right there, So it's probably not exactly a half mile. It's probably right in there. Somewhere. I mean, there looks like there's a swamp down there. The car was found about 2.5 hours after a man living nearby heard a woman scream and saw another vehicle drive away from the area. I mean, it's weird. Did she pull over for some other reason and this guy came by, or was it like the woman's car was abandoned about 6 miles from her home? Miss Orcutt was last seen by her boyfriend about 5 a.m. Sunday when she left his house in Jacksonville. Detectives said the man is not a suspect in her disappearance. Detectives found her purse in her car and her prescription eyeglasses, which family members said she could not do without, broken in half and crushed within 50 feet of her car. So that's almost like somebody did that on purpose, like broke it and then threw it down and stamped on it. Family members said they believe that Miss Orcutt was abducted by someone she knew or by someone who lured her away from her car. Thank you very much, Jim Long. I've been teaching Tony how to swim all day. Tomorrow I am taking away his noodle. You're crazy, Jim Long. That's all there is to it, man. That's Miss Orcutt, who was a pass. Let's see. Where was I? Family members said they believe that Miss Orcutt was abducted by someone she knew or by someone who lured her away from her car. Yeah, but why was her car there, you know? Miss Orcutt, who once was a passenger when a woman armed with a knife jumped into her sister's car at a traffic light and tried to commandeer the vehicle, was afraid to drive alone at night and would never travel without locking her car doors, they said. Thanks, Linda Howe. She had to know them and trusted them to get out of her car, Miss Robinson said. She would never leave her car running and her purse behind on her own. Hey, thanks so much there, Chris O'Connell. Miss Orcutt's sisters, Cheryl Steele, 35, and thanks again up there to Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Make sure to put that in there. I was like seeing your little UFOs. Isn't that weird? Like at one point in her life, she was in a car where a lady jumped in when her sister was driving and tried to commandeer their car with a knife. She had to know them and trusted them to get out of the car, Miss Robinson said. She would never leave her car running and her purse behind on her own. Miss Orcutt's sister, Cheryl Steele, 35. That's sort of interesting. Let me see. Let's just see if that story's somewhere in here. Just Cheryl Steele. I wonder if she would have been Cheryl Orcutt at the time. Let's see. This is 1990, so 1980 to 1989, Texas. Okay, how about Orcutt? Maybe that's their maiden name. I'm just looking to see if that story is in there. There actually is a Cheryl Orcutt out there, but I don't see that story. So, look at that, Whiskey Boots, 32 months. Thank you. She had to know them and trusted them to get out of her car, Miss Robinson said. She would never leave her car running and her purse behind on her own. See, this almost seems like somebody said, hey, can you pull over? And then she pulls over, and then this turns out to be a really... And they pulled a gun out on her, and she never even really had time to do anything. Or there was somebody already in her car. Maybe there's two people. One was in her car, and then they eventually transferred her. That's why they left the car running. I don't know. It's just kind of weird to leave the car running regardless, you know. Miss Orcutt's sister, Cheryl Steele, 35, and Meryl Steele Travers, 33, said she did not have any enemies. Why would anyone want to hurt Teryl? She didn't do anything wrong. She never hurt anybody in her life, Miss Steele said. The scariest thing is not knowing who would want to hurt an innocent girl like her. Family members voiced frustration that more is not known about what happened. Somebody saw it, and somebody knows something they are not telling, Miss Travers said. Authorities have concentrated their search on a 40-square-mile wooded area. Jeez, well, that's pretty big. Roughly bordered by Mimosa Avenue and Florida 218 west to Clay County Road 217. Oh, jeez, that's huge. To McClellan Road and east to John Cemetery Road. Yeah, let's see what that is. So we have bordered by Mimosa Avenue and Florida 218. Okay, so this is, we'll put a pin right there. Hey, thanks again, Chris O'Connell. Yeah. Hey, thank you very much. Florida 218 west to Clay County Road. I think I see where they're going with this. Yeah, jeez. Wow. So Clay County Road, where the hell is that? I would think it would be like right over here. That one. Oh, I see. Clay, yeah. Is this in Clay County? Let me look up FL underscore Clay. There we go. Okay, that's 218. So is this up here, way up here? That's the border of Clay County there. I don't know where that road is. Clay County Road. Well, it is. But look out, this is far away. But if I need to put Florida. There we go. All right, here we go. There's a whole bunch of other Clay counties. Okay. So this is Clay County Road. No, that's Road Department. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that doesn't really matter that much. I was just going to try to draw the square. So let's see, we have 79 people watching, and 40% of those are trolls. So that means 30 people about out of the 146 are just sitting around, wringing their hands, waiting for something. That's funny. Man, imagine having a life like that. Whew. Wow. Let's see. Why would anybody want to hurt Teryl? She said she didn't do anything wrong. She never hurt anybody in her life, Miss Steele said. The scariest thing is not knowing who would want to hurt an innocent girl like her. Family members voiced frustration that more is not known about what happened. Somebody saw it, and somebody knows something they are not telling, Miss Travers said. Authorities have concentrated their search on a 40 square mile wooded area, roughly bordered by, and we just went through this. All right. So we got that. And now we're moving to January 27th. Authorities said yesterday they are scaling back their ground and air search for a missing Clay County woman until they receive more specific leads to her possible whereabouts. Terrell Orcut, 26, has been missing since Sunday. Clay County Sheriff's detectives think she was abducted Sunday morning, sometime before her car was found abandoned on Florida 218 West near a heavily wooded area about 6 miles from her home. It seems like she was there where her car was found, and she was there because of the glasses. Sheriff deputy using bloodhounds, all-terrain vehicles, helicopters, and airplanes have been combing a 40 square mile area near where the vehicle was found. Volunteers from the Middleburg, Clay Hill, and Maxville areas also have participated in the search. We completed our search area yesterday, and now we will be concentrating on following up on other tips and leads. We have not called off the search, but we will not search like we did this week unless we receive more specific information about where she might be. Noting that they received about 75 to 100 phone calls with tips since Miss Orcutt's disappearance. So 75 to 100 tips, I guess. We're going to try to get everybody together and go out and search the areas that the Sheriff's Department hasn't searched. Said William Butch Steele, 36, Miss Orcutt's brother. Steele said the family believes that she is alive, and they are trying to contact a nationwide missing persons organization in an effort to circulate information about her disappearance throughout the country. And then this is the 29th. A missing Clay County woman was found dead yesterday in a palmetto thicket. So let's get this dialed in here. So after looking for her for a while, they found her. So Lee Road and Blanding Boulevard. Is this Blanding? Okay. Okay, so this is Blanding. But hey guys, if you're out there and you feel like, man, that gray guy, he's good at this stuff, if you want to help support the channel, that would be great. We're currently at about 1/5 of a nightly goal, so you know, any help would be greatly appreciated, and that allows us to keep doing these shows. So thank you. Could use some more gifted memberships, some challenges, something. I don't think we've had any challenges tonight. All right, let's see. So anyway, she was found. I'm trying to find the location. So it's Blanding and then Lee Road. So let's see where that is. That doesn't make sense. Lee Road, Jacksonville. Alright. There is Lee Road. And so, wow, so is that what this whole... There's Blanding. Jeez. How does Lee Road fit into this? Blanding's over here. And does it like keep going up and then... I don't know. That's Lee. Maybe this is Blanding. Let's see. Blanding Boulevard. I don't know if that's gonna help. I'm just trying to figure out like where the hell it looks like it might be just goes up to there, but I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Hate that stuff. Apparently that's Blanding. Or is that Blanding that goes like this? No, it's Jefferson. Yeah, Blanding. 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 Still Blanding up here. So maybe this whole thing. So if that's the case, maybe it keeps going. I don't know, like way up here, it's really highway something that would have to go all the way back over to the other side to become, like, to run into this Lee Road. And Lee Road is only just right there and to here. So I wonder if it's like, could this be it in here? I don't know. It's that's too hard. A missing Clay County woman was found dead yesterday in a palmetto thicket along Lee Road South near Blanding Boulevard in Middleburg, a week after she disappeared. Okay, let's see if there's, let's look this up. Let's do this again. Alright, if it's in Middleburg, maybe there's a whole different one. Lee Road. Well, there's Lee Drive here. And then, oh, that's Brandon. Okay, so maybe right around here. So Lee Drive instead of Lee Road, because that's all there is. And then here is that road. So now let's read that again. Lee Road south near Blanding Boulevard. Oh, so it's Lee Road south. So there is Lee Drive south. And there's Lee Drive north. There isn't a Lee Road. So it says was found dead yesterday in a palmetto thicket along Lee Road south. That's crazy. So Lee Road south goes right here. There we go. There's Lee Road south. Goes right in here like this. Turns. And then continues around. And then I think it sort of just ends up here. Yeah, it looks like it continues into here, but I don't think it, I think that's it. Alright, so I bet you this is on Street View. Palmetto. Anybody know what's a palmetto? Let me just look it up. Something like that. Okay. Let's see. Going along here. Well, look, that's kind of just filled with that in there. Wow. That side doesn't look like it so much, but over here it does. And then, yeah, I guess it could be anywhere in here, right? I mean, there's so many. It's not a long road, however, but I think the person wouldn't want to go too far in because there's homes all along there. Miss Orcutt, 26, disappeared January 21st. The lady, okay, the badly decomposed body of Terrell Lynn Steele Orcutt was found about 4:30 p.m. by a neighborhood boy who detected a foul odor and investigated. And this is really only 8 days after she went missing. Miss Orcutt, 26, disappeared January 21st. Authorities found her car. It's actually 7 days because it was found the day before. Authorities found her car with its engine running along Florida 218 West near a heavily wooded area about 6 miles from her home. Jewelry found on the partially clad body matched what Miss Orcutt had been wearing the last time she was seen alive. We're 99% sure that this is her, Martin said. We have not determined how she was killed. We have no suspects at this time. Family members said last night that police had asked them not to discuss the matter. Detectives say they think Miss Orcutt was killed on January 21st or 22nd based on the advanced state of decomposition. The autopsy will be performed today at the medical examiner's office in Jacksonville, he said. Her body, clad only in undergarments, socks, and shoes, was found about 20 feet off Lee Drive south and about 75 feet. Oh, here we go. Now we can get the precise. Okay, was found about 20 feet off of Lee Drive, about 75 feet. All right. I guess we don't know which side, though. They didn't say that. The feet. That's 150 feet. Yeah, so he definitely, just barely, just 75 feet from landing. That's 74. So just like right there. And then 20 feet. So that would be, make that 76. It would be 96. And there's just 20 feet from there. So almost right where we started originally seeing some of that. And just drove in, probably pulled over there. Yeah, it could be on this side too, though. It's 20 feet from here, that way or this way. See that? If you just kind of stick with the... Hey, thank you very much, Linda Cosma. Your guys' support is really appreciated. Thank you so much. It has allowed us to do all the great things that we've done over the last 7 years. Thank you. All right, so you got that dialed in. Jewelry is found on the partially clad body. It matched what Miss Orcutt had been wearing. We're 99% sure that this is her, Martin said. We have not determined how she was killed. We may, and we have no suspects at this time. Family members said last night that police had asked them not to discuss the matter. Hey, look at that. 37 months by Linda Cosma. Challenge. Send in gifted memberships. We got one by Chris O'Connell said, send in gifted memberships and amount, and I will match it. I will do this for the next 5 gifted memberships that come in. Wow, that's awesome, you guys. So I guess what she's saying is, if 5 of you do 5, she'll match that, but even more than that, right? Like if other people gifted 5, I think that's what she's saying. Any amount, she said. So if you get 3 or 4 of you to do 5 of them, she'll match that. Or if you do 2 individual ones. That would be awesome. We're 99% sure that this is her. Detectives say they think Miss Orcutt was killed in January 21st or 22nd based on the advanced state of decomposition. An autopsy will be performed today at the medical examiner's office in Jacksonville, he said. Her body clad only in undergarments, socks, and shoes. And it doesn't have to be, it can be a super chat too, right? All right, guys, great opportunity to help support the channel where you got a matching 2 for 1 or 3 for 1. Or really a 2 for 1. Her body clad only in undergarments, socks, and shoes was clad only in undergarments, socks, and shoes. So obviously there was a sexual component there. Wow, thanks, Alley Cake.
For challenge.
Thank you. There goes Benny. All right, freaks, come on, let's do this. This would be really big support there if you guys can help out. Especially that kind of a matching like that. About 20 feet off of Lee Drive South, about 75 feet from Blanding Boulevard. That is about 4 miles northeast of where her car was found. Clay County detectives and investigators from Florida Department of Law Enforcement searched the scene last night for evidence. Miss Orcutt was an assistant manager in the delinquent loans department at Sunbank in Jacksonville. Miss Orcutt, who was divorced, had lived with her mother northwest of Middleburg near Maxville about 4 years. Miss Orcutt last was seen by her boyfriend, but detectives have said he is not a suspect. Hey guys, this is a great opportunity to help support the channel right here. Okay, so the 5 minutes is already up.
Matched.
Man, that was... Thank you, Chris O'Connell. And Alley Cake, thank you. Without you, it would have been 0. Thank you. I don't know if that means it's already up or she was just matching as they come in. I don't know. Okay, well, if you guys, I don't know if she's still matching, but if you guys could please help support the channel during this little window here, we can have some matching done and make some headway. Her car was found on January 21st, parked along Florida 218 west of about 8 a.m., 2.5 hours after a man heard a woman scream and saw a vehicle drive from the area. So it's probably an assault. And it could have been that it was a hitchhiker and that person had their car parked up the road and then hitchhiked until somebody picked them up and then forced them to drive to where their car was, and then got her to get into his car. Oh, there's next 5 that come in. Oh, I see. Oh, good. No time limit. I thought it was 5 minutes. That's weird. In Miss Orcutt's car were her purse and an open soft drink can. Her prescription eyeglasses, which family members said she could not do without, were broken in half and crushed as if by a vehicle within 50 feet of her car. It's an interesting one because she had the drink open, so she was just chilling out, having a drink, and then not a drink, but you know. And then somehow there's at a point where she's screaming, and then she gets taken into the car, and then later they find her with, very little clothing on. So how did it take place, It says right here, we're broken in half and crushed as if by a vehicle. Okay, so they think it was a vehicle ran over and crushed it. Okay, that was January 29th, and then that was it for a while. Then in April, another... Now they're talking about some other case. Hendricks nude body. Let's see what they're trying to say here. It's just one article. A Florida Highway Patrol trooper has confessed to killing a Jacksonville woman he pulled over on Interstate 95, the Indian River County Sheriff said Monday. Timothy Scott Harris, 32, admitted during questioning Friday night and Saturday morning that he killed public relations agent Lorraine Hendricks on March 4th, Sheriff Dobeck said. Authorities, meanwhile, are investigating whether Harris was involved in the killing of Clay County woman well, that's sort of interesting how... Yeah, I mean, how she was killed, if you think about it, a cop could easily get you to pull over by having your lights on. Whoa, that does make sense, doesn't it? Involved in the killing of a Clay... Because I was wondering if the guy, went, hey, pull over, like that, But hey, guys, we still have the challenge up there by Chris O'Connell. We've had the first one gifted. Any amount she'll gift in 5 different... I guess we're on, well, only 4 left. So 4 different people can support the channel and she'll match it. Timothy Scott Harris, 32, admitted during questioning Friday night and Saturday morning that he killed public relations agent Lorraine Hendricks. They're investigating if he's involved in the killing of a Clay County woman in January and why he allegedly possessed a hitchhiker's purse last year. See? That's crazy. I wonder if he pretended... I don't know, man. They said he also pulled over a second woman on March 4th and ordered her out of the car. She was not harmed. I mean, yeah, but it seems like if it was a cop, why would you scream? Harris became a suspect in the Hendricks killing on March 24th when his estranged wife, Sandra, complained to deputies that he broke into her home that day, wearing nothing but women's panties and pantyhose. I guess that's what all he was wearing. Wow, see, hold on. When his estranged wife, Sandra, complained to deputies that he broke into her home that day wearing nothing but women's panties and pantyhose. She said he tried to handcuff. So she had on. So almost, the way it's worded almost sounds like he has on. Let me read that again. When his estranged wife, Sandra, complained to deputies that he broke into her home that day wearing nothing but women's panties and pantyhose. That must have been him. I mean, that's how it was worded, because it doesn't say... It doesn't... I mean, that is what that sounds like. She said he tried to handcuff and assault her. After that, we started checking and found that he was on duty the morning of the murder, said Roy Raymond. Harris admitted stopping Hendricks shortly after 11 a.m. on March 4th, just south of Brevard County line, and taking her to a secluded stand of pines where police routinely cross the wide median, Dobeck said. Harris insisted that Hendricks consented to sex and that he didn't kill her. Dobeck and Raymond said police told Harris they didn't believe it. Hendricks' nude body was found March 9th on the median, so badly decomposed that authorities were unable to determine whether she had been sexually assaulted. Dobeck said Harris sought a deal, a confession, in exchange for a life sentence. State Attorney Bruce Colton refused. Harris is being held without bail on a charge of first-degree murder. Dobeck said a sobbing Harris told them he snapped due to the impending divorce. Raymond said Sandra Harris told authorities that Timothy Harris last year had a purse that he told her belonged to a hitchhiker. The trooper told his wife that he forgot to return the purse, she said. No other details were available. The body of the Clay County woman, 24-year-old Terrell Orcut of Middleburg, was found January 21st in a wooded area off of South Lee Road in Middleburg, 200 miles north of Treasure Coast. Her car was found a week earlier, about 4 miles from her body on South Road 218. The lights were on and the engine was running. That actually, see, that part, remember how a minute ago when I said it's weird that the engine was running and the lights were on? Well, it's not weird when you're pulled over by a cop, is it? Like your car's still, it's generally still sort of on, and the lights, you just can be parked there. You can still have your car on, you're just talking to them. Especially, you know, I don't know if it's cold or whatever, but it's probably not that cold there. But hey guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, we got a standing challenge in there by Chris O'Connell, who, if anybody out there supports the channel, she'll match that. 4 more of those left. All right. Yeah, sometimes they do have you turn the engine on. I was thinking that in my head when I said that. Sometimes they'll say, hey, turn off your engine so you don't go flying away from them. But it seems more likely... I mean, I don't know. Like, if you were in the car and somebody just got you out of there quick, you probably wouldn't have time to turn off your lights, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Chris O'Connell. It's weird. You know, even long timers aren't jumping in on your... Oh well. Let's see. Detectives have found the records of the March 4th traffic stop on I-95 of the second woman who was not identified. It was unusual, Raymond said, because he asked her to get out of the car. Detectives have found the record. Wow, so in that case he said for her to get out of the car, and that might be exactly what happened in this one, but then wouldn't you then turn off the engine? And in November, mother claims police lacks an investigation of daughter's murder. They have botched this investigation from the get-go. It seems like we always hear that, every case. You know, Captain Tim Martin, a sheriff spokesman, said he did not discuss specific details about the investigation, but said finding Miss Orcutt's killer remains one of the department's priorities. Every conceivable effort has been made to find the killer of Terrell Orcut, and this case remains atop of our priority list. You simply do not solve difficult murder cases in a short amount of time, said Martin, citing state crime statistics showing that 40% of the 1,405 homicides in Florida were unsolved last year. Alley Cake's going to be the only one, huh? Come on, you guys. We need the support for the channel, especially when we have a challenge in here. Well, she'll match anything that anybody gives in the next 3 different super chats or gifted memberships. You know, so if you gift 5 memberships, she'll match the 5. If you gift 2, she'll match that. She'll, you know, so far we've just had Alley Cake. And thank you, Alley Cake. A Jacksonville private investigator is hired by the family in May to investigate the background of one of the men the family suspected but failed to develop any information in the case, Miss Robinson said. Martin said sheriff's detectives talk with Miss Robinson about every 2 weeks to discuss the case, but there were matters about the case that they could not release to the family because of concern that it would hamper the investigation. Miss Robinson said she wants law enforcement authorities to, or another police agency to take over. Authorities with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement said Monday that agency does not take over another policy agency's investigation, but will provide assistance. Her car was found abandoned along Florida 218. Yeah, let's see. So far what we have is she lived right here at the time. And then her vehicle was found in the woods right over here. Her glasses were found 50 feet from the car, broken in half and smashed. And it was found at 8 in the morning. At 5:45, a man living in this area probably heard a scream. Could have been somebody over here. That looks like a convenient or a store or something. But anyways, and then, her purse, soft drink was sitting there in the car. The engine was running. The key was in the ignition and the lights were on. And it was running, the vehicle. And then, like 7 days or so after the car was found there. I mean, her body, this person just went straight down this road here, turned left, and, I don't know, he probably took her somewhere else first. Where that was, I don't know. But then he turned in right here, and then she's pretty, she just has her underclothing on, like socks, underwear, and stuff like that. And she's right there. Thank you, Chris O'Connell and Alley Cake. Okay, we just did that one. Yes, that was that one. And that was November 3rd, 1990. That was 7 months later, or no, way more than that, like 10 months after. Then now we're into 1991, January 30th. Let's see, dead woman's mom in terrible dream. Every night before she goes to sleep, Rosie Robinson writes a letter to her 26-year-old daughter, an anguished message of love, anger, and soul-aching pain. The letters, 12 months of them, were never intended for the mail. They were missives to a murder victim, and Mrs. Robinson uses them to help ease her sense of loss. Her daughter, Terrell Lynn Steele Orcutt, disappeared last year as she drove back to her mother's Middleburg area home from her boyfriend's house in Jacksonville. So she was on her way back. That's weird. Oh, well, let's see. Her boyfriend lives in Jacksonville. So yeah, I mean, I guess you might come down like this and then come. So she was heading the other direction, opposite direction. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder, I mean, is it possible that she was here and then there was like two people and then one of them just left the car there and threw the glasses out? Maybe they were in their car and they were like, oh shit, and threw them out the window and they ran over. Or they, just took her here and then she was halfway home and then they just went back that way. Pretty weird. Disappeared last year as she drove back to her mother's Middleburg area home. A week later, on January 28th, Miss Orcutt's badly decomposed body was found in a palmetto thicket along Lee Drive, south at Black Creek in Middleburg. At Black Creek? Oh, look at that. Yeah, is that what this is? That's North Fork, Black Creek. She had been stabbed to death, so now we know that. A year later, sheriff detectives say they have no suspects in the killing. Police who have come under fire for their handling of the murder investigation are saying little about the Orcutt case except that they continue to aggressively pursue each lead. It's like a terrible dream. I haven't faced the reality of it yet, Miss Robinson said. I keep thinking that if I go down to where they find her body, she'll come back to me. 10 days ago, to mark the anniversary of her daughter's death, Miss Robinson put a single red rose at the site where her daughter's body was found. Her home is filled with photographs of her slain daughter. Miss Robinson has saved her daughter's clothing, an old teddy bear, and her collection of unicorn knickknacks. In her letters, Miss Robinson tells her daughter about the investigation into her murder, family matters, and other events. Sometimes I chew her out for her not being here, and sometimes I cuss out the sheriff in the letters, Miss Robinson said. There are so many things I want to tell Teryl, and she's not here. Miss Robinson, 57, does not want her daughter's death to be forgotten. And see, that's why it's important to do, just randomly cover some of these cases, It's hard sometimes, though. That's a pretty long article there. But Miss Robinson is not alone in being affected by her daughter's killing. A 27-year-old Jacksonville man who had been dating Miss Orcutt and was with her earlier that day of her disappearance has endured unwanted publicity and months of suspicion. Mike Maryland has been repeatedly... Okay, let's see that. Alright guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. That's how we survive over here. We still have an outstanding challenge by Chris O'Connell. Any amounts that you put in there, she'll match it. How often do we get that? Let's see. Mike Mayland. Jacksonville. Florida. 1990. Oh, weird. Did he write that? Was stabbed to death. I don't think I had this one. 1990, January 31st. Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. We didn't have this one, so we'll go back real quick. Not sure how his name's in there, but her name isn't. A Clay County woman whose badly decomposed body was found Sunday in a palmetto thicket died from multiple stab wounds to the chest, authorities said yesterday. Preliminary autopsy. Oh yeah, they've called her Terrell Lynn Steele, and then Orcutt. It is like split up. Preliminary autopsy results showed that Terrell Lynn Steele Orcutt, 26, was stabbed with a knife and probably was killed within 12 hours after she disappeared on January 21st. The autopsy was performed Monday morning at the medical examiner's office in Jacksonville. Authorities have not determined what kind of knife was used or whether Miss Orcutt was sexually assaulted. I think it's like that was an intent because that's how she was found. What kind of knife was used? Miss Orcutt was last seen by her boyfriend, Mike Malin, about 5 a.m., January 21st, when she left his house off South Side Boulevard. Okay, that's what I was going to look up really quick. Been verified. Hey, look at that. There's one, Jim. They're going to match your $2, Jim. Thanks a lot, Jim. Horse teeth, cow teeth. Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, Mike Mayland. Jacksonville. Thank you, Jim Long. Okay, 63, does that sound about right? So he's 27, 1990, 20, yeah, that's him. So let's see if I can get the, I want to see the address, just throw it in there. I don't think it has anything to do with anything, but. Hey, what if I throw something in there? What if I put 5 in there, Chris O'Connell? Robbing Peter to pay Paul again. Okay, man, this guy's moved around a lot. When did they say he lived on? Southside Boulevard. It doesn't. This one, I don't know. That doesn't. Nothing in there says Southside Boulevard. That's got to be him. Let's see, 27 plus, and that's 1990. So 36 would make him 63. Yeah, and that's how old this person is. Weird. I don't know. That one address isn't in there. Tons of other ones. And this one apparently is where he would have lived during that time. Let's see, maybe it is this one, and it's close to that Southside Avenue. This is the one he's supposed to have lived near. I bet you that's Southside Avenue. So that's San Jose. All right, let's see. Where's Southside Avenue? Yeah, that's not in there. There's so many names change over the years. 5 a.m. So Miss Orcutt was last seen by her boyfriend Mike Mayland at 5 a.m. January 21st when she left his house off Southside Boulevard on Jacksonville South Side. Yeah, so this is all a.m., like really early. Her unlocked car was found about 3 miles later on Florida 218. Mayland, 27, said he believes Miss Orcutt knew her killer because she had once told him that she could never pull her car over at night for anyone, not even the police. I feel strongly that she knew whoever she pulled over for. She was a very cautious person.
Match for Jim Lawn's Suo chat.
He said he met Miss Orcutt in February of 1989 while in business in the delinquent loan department of Sun Bank where he worked. I'm having a hard time trying to comprehend how someone could be so mean or violent to wipe someone out and leave them for dead like that, Maryland said. Or Mayland, that's his name. Teryl was a very loving and caring person. A boy riding an all-terrain vehicle found Miss Orcutt's partially clad body lying face down just off Lee Drive south at Banding Boulevard in Middleburg about 4:30 p.m. Sunday. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. A week earlier, authorities had found her car abandoned with its engine running along Florida 218 west near a heavily wooded area. Yeah. So her body was found at, later in, well, it doesn't really matter what time of day. It was a week later, but. Okay, we were on this one, I think. And then we were on the next page. He said they began dating in November of 1989 when Miss Orcutt was killed, and her family accused him of being involved in her slaying. He also was shown on television news broadcasts about the murder, he said. He said police questioned him numerous times, even after he passed the polygraph, and detectives also interviewed his neighbors. Rumors circulated that an ongoing bathroom renovation project at his home was only to cover up the crime, Malin said. With losing, why would he need to do that? It doesn't make any sense. With losing Terrell like that, and then to be accused, it's just cut deep into my soul, Malin said. I was falling apart with Terrell's death. I just kind of secluded myself. A few people, including some neighbors, treated him differently after seeing him on television, but there was no real problems, he said. Malin said he realizes police were only doing their job by investigating him, and he's not bitter toward Miss Orcutt's family. Miss Robinson said she's no longer suspects Malin, but she wouldn't blame him if he never spoke to the family again. I really cared about Teryl, and I still do, Malin said. I think about her a lot. I wonder if we would have been married by now. Miss Orcutt was last seen by Malin about 5 a.m. January 21st when she left his Southside Jacksonville home to go to Middleburg. Need some liquid. All right, you guys, we're getting into the later hours of the show. We still have two pending matches. Heck, she'd probably even match coffees or something. We need, whatever the donations are, like coffees or not coffees, super chats or channel memberships. She'll match it in the chat. So we have two more opportunities here. And it's whatever you put in, not limited. So let's see what happens. Miss Orcutt was last seen by Malin at 5 a.m. January 21st when she left his Southside Jacksonville home to go to Middleburg. Her car was found abandoned along Florida 218 West near Mimosa Avenue in Middleburg about 3 hours later. Her prescription eyeglasses, which she always wore, were found broken within 50 feet of the vehicle. Her purse containing cash and credit cards was found inside the car near a spilled can of soda. I see, I don't believe the part about she must have known the person. That doesn't make sense to me. That's probably why the family thought it was this Malin guy. Police said a man who lived nearby reported he heard a woman scream at 5:45 a.m. The man told police he looked out his window and saw a vehicle drive away. He could not tell if it was a car or truck. Miss Orcutt's body was found by a boy riding on a all-terrain vehicle. She was dressed only in panties, socks, and tennis shoes. So that means she had nothing on. You know, like, so she had the socks, underwear, and shoes on. So that means her whole upper body was nude. She died from stab wounds to the chest, according to the medical examiner's office. Authorities could not determine if she was sexually assaulted. Autopsy results showed she probably was killed within 12 hours of her disappearance. Miss Orcutt's family and friends said they think she was killed by someone she knew and trusted. They said she would never stop her car for a stranger, especially at night. No prime suspect has been identified, but no one has been ruled out either, said Captain Jim Redmond, head of the Sheriff's Department Detective Division. Everybody and anybody is a suspect until the investigation identifies the offender or proves otherwise. Police have not found Miss Orcutt's missing clothing or a gold necklace with a diamond pendant that she was wearing before she disappeared, Redmond said. He would not comment about a possible motive in the slaying. At this point, it does appear to be an isolated crime, but we have explored and followed up on similar types of cases across the country, said Redmond, who has spent 8 of his 11 years as a police officer investigating homicides and sex crimes. Detectives have interviewed about 500 people, including Miss Orcutt's family, friends, neighbors, and others, since the investigation began, he said. Redmond and authorities with the FBI and Florida Department of Law Enforcement have drawn up psychological profiles of the possible killer, he said. He would not discuss details of the profile, saying he did not want to compromise the ongoing investigation. Meanwhile, the fear that gripped many Middleburg and Clay Hill residents in the days immediately after the discovery of Miss Orcutt's body has eased. The slaying no longer dominates conversations in the restaurants and convenience stores of the quiet rural community. Hey, Chris O'Connell, am I able to well, I mean, I won't get nuts, but like if I sent in, I don't know, 5 memberships, does that count? I mean, it sounds kind of dumb when I do it, but it's just nobody's taking advantage of it, of a generous offer on your end. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how can we, because currently we're not even 50% of the goal, so. All right. Might as well. Okay, there you go. There's my 5. Hopefully somebody else can do the same thing and we can make a difference. Yeah. Let's see. Police have not found Miss Orcutt's missing clothing or gold necklace. Huh, that part's sort of interesting. Oh, wow, you doubled mine. Well, thank you. Wow. That made such a big difference there. Thank you. I wonder, I mean, that's can't be the motive. Sounds almost like he kept that as a keepsake. He would not comment about a possible motive in the slang. At this point, it does appear to be an isolated crime. Detectives have interviewed about 500 people, including Miss Orcutt's family, friends, neighbors, and others, since the investigation began, he said. I think the cop theory is almost the best one. Because he's just driving home. Why would she pull over on the side of the road right there? Redmond and authorities with the FBI and Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And thanks, Chris O'Connell. Have drawn up psychological profiles of the possible killer, he said. He would not discuss details of the profiles, saying he did not want to compromise the ongoing investigation. Meanwhile, the fear that gripped many Middleburg and Clay Hill residents in the days immediately after the discovery of Miss Orcutt's body has eased. The slang no longer dominates conversation in the restaurants and convenience stores of the quiet rural community, but a trace of uneasiness remains about the unsolved killing. Middleburg resident Mara Clayton said, "People are still concerned about their safety, but they don't dwell on it. But I do know that some parents with teenage daughters are more cautious," he said. The police investigation has brought little solace to Miss Robinson, who has accused detectives. I don't think it's ever a great idea to, even if you wanted to start trashing cops and the investigators, I think you get less information from them. I mean, you got to be diligent, but not like when you start trashing them, it creates ill will. Yeah, there was something happened where, like, she has to pull over and then she's removed from her car. I guess it could have been a hitchhiker too, but then there was a car that sped away, so probably not. Or maybe it was a car that they pretended that there was a problem with their vehicle. Hey, did you get that? You snuck that in as number 5, JB7000. Very cool. Thank you. And welcome to all the new members out there. Man, Chris O'Connell, thank you. You're so quick to, you're like, just bam! What do you guys think of this? See, aren't these just really interesting? These cases like this? It's funny how, like, people just don't they're not as popular because they're not, in the news and everything. But man, I think these things are crazy, They make you just go, and these are the cases that we've gone over for years and years and years, and that's why I think we're better here at figuring out current cases, because it's sort of like profiling. When you cover cases so many times, and over a long period of time, you sort of see a pattern or something that goes on. Like how things are happening. And thank you, Chris O'Connell. Very cool. Thank you. What do you guys think? Don't you find these cases pretty interesting? Even though there's not like a ton, it's just there's stuff around it. You think to yourself, oh wow, okay, so the car's on the side of the road, but then another vehicle drove away at a high rate of speed after she screamed. Well, how did that all come about? A constant notification sound? No. Yeah, thanks for getting all those new freaks there. Chris O'Connell. And thank you for your generosity. I know that there's probably people out there trying to get your email so they can... No. I think she just ran out, Carl. I think the fifth one just happened. We had one that was sort of Jim Lon's one. Yeah, which it was still matched. Yeah. There's been situations around the interstate towns. He did one of his Tony jokes. I don't know. You could ask Chris O'Connell if she wants to do another one, Carl. That might be good. It was a pretty good one. It was a, like she said, the next 5 gifted memberships she would match. Or anything. You know, like a super chat. Like if somebody sent in $50 in a super chat, she would have matched that. But I don't know. We're still, we're about 70% of the goal currently. Yeah, well, more like 80 actually. The police investigation has brought little solace to Miss Robinson. Right. Yeah, we were talking about that. But the private investigator did receive an anonymous telephone call that later was traced to County Commissioner James Jett. Wow, really? Let's see. Miss Robinson hired a Jacksonville private investigator in May, paying him $700, she said. He was hired to do background checks on 2 people she suspected may have been involved in the slaying, but found nothing, she said. But the private investigator did receive an anonymous telephone call that later was traced to County Commissioner James Jett. Sheriff Dalton Bray said Jett in the anonymous call suggested a former sheriff deputy might be a suspect in the murder, and that the department officials were covering up to protect him. The incident heightened tensions between the sheriff and the commissioner. Well, so it wasn't the other guy? It was a different one? Well, you can start your own, Carl. That'd be cool. Anyways, thank you guys for supporting the channel. Really appreciate it. We're covering up to protect him, but so there's a different... Remember the other guy that was already they were looking at? In a memo issued this month, Chief Assistant State Attorney John Delaney described Jett's conduct as outrageous. Let me go through this. Said Jett in... Let's see. Sheriff Dalton Bray said Jett, the county commissioner, in the anonymous call suggested a former sheriff deputy might be a suspect in the murder and that department officials were covering up to protect him. The incident heightened tension between the sheriff and the commissioner, and the state attorney's office looked into the matter of whether Jett had interfered with the murder investigation. Yeah, we need, if we get 8 more, actually I think it's 9 more channel memberships, we'll get to the goal, or the minimum goal. So that would be cool. So in a memo issued this month, Chief Assistant State Attorney John Delaney described Jett's conduct as outrageous, but said he broke no laws. Still, Bray has asked prosecutors to have the Clay County grand jury investigate Jett's actions. Meanwhile, Miss Robinson keeps writing letters to her dead daughter. I'm not crazy. I'm angry and hurt. I want my baby killer found, Miss Robinson said. Yeah. All right. There's that one. And that was 1991 and 1998. There's just sort of this mention. Currently, Redmond's after whoever killed Terry Orcutt 8 years ago. Her body was found in Black Creek area a week after she left her boyfriend's Jacksonville home. Are you guys still here? There's no more commenting going on. It's just currently, and then it says, when asked if he thinks the case will ever be solved, Redmond said, "It'll take some time, but yeah, I do." And then there's a 2015 article. This one's about her, so you know that there was like 17 years of no articles. Well-loved ceramic unicorns, an angel photograph, and treasured memories. That's all Cheryl Steele Turner has left of her baby sister 25 years after someone brutally took her life in an abduction from a dark highway as she drove toward the safety of the home she shared with their mother in rural Clay County. Terrell Steele Orcut would have been 52 on February 19th. Her birthday will be remembered with sorrow instead of joy. There are happy days and days, happy days, sad days. Days I just want to lay down and die from wondering why, Turner said, as she talked about the quarter century without her sister. Let's see. Did you leave, Chris O'Connell? Orcutt was stabbed multiple times in the chest and might have been sexually assaulted. Her decomposing body, clothed in underwear and socks. I wonder why, you know, the underwear part, like you put them back on her, or I'm not sure how all that, you know. I wonder if she like fought him off or something. There's got to be something. I bet they didn't process that scene as well as they could have. You'd think there'd be something under her fingernails or something. She was discovered January 28, 1990 in a palmetto thicket about 100 feet off South Lee Drive in Florida 21 near Black Creek in Middleburg. Two boys riding in all-terrain vehicles near their home made the grisly find. Because of the decomposition, detectives can't say for sure whether Orcutt was sexually assaulted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Running, and let's see, her car was running, and headlights on parked on the shoulder. On parked? You mean and highlights? I don't know what the hell they're talking about here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right. The discovery came 7 days after sheriff deputies found Orcutt's red Ford Thunderbird with its engine running and headlights on, parked on the shoulder of Clay County Road. Hey, thanks Chicken Wing for all those. About 5 miles from where the body was dumped. Her purse containing cash and credit cards was near a spilled cup of soda inside the car. Deputies found Orcutt's prescription eyeglasses, which she always wore, about 50 feet from the vehicle, according to her family and sheriff's office officials at the time. Afraid of the dark, the petite 26-year-old bank manager lived with their mother, Rosie Robinson. Orcutt was en route to their Clay Hill home when she disappeared after leaving her boyfriend's Jacksonville residence at 5 a.m. on January 21st, 1990. Orcutt, described as fun-loving and kind with no known enemies by those who knew her, would be found a few miles away from her mother's home. I was going to tell you, Carl W. AC up there, Chris O'Connell, said that he was sorry that he missed your challenge. Robinson, then 63, died from, Robinson was consumed by her younger daughter's death. Fueled by grief and anger, she hounded detectives to keep doing more to find the killer. Robinson kept a small marble box containing Orcutt's ashes on a shelf near her beloved unicorns and photographs. Robinson, then 63, died from brain cancer on August 21st, 1997, never knowing who murdered her daughter. The person who killed Terry killed our mother too. Jesus. No, you don't have to do that. I was just saying he told you that. I wasn't sure if you saw his comment. Are these different? The person who killed Terry killed our mother too. After Teryl died, that was all she prayed for, was God to take her away. When she came down with cancer, she said she'd been wrong, and said she wished she had longer, said Turner, who promised their mother on her deathbed that she would continue pushing for justice in Orcutt's murder. Teryl didn't deserve the way she died. No young lady deserves to die the way she did, Turner said. And it said, that means they can't run it through the main DNA database for known sex offenders. So when we come up with a suspect, we have to do a direct comparison, and we have done several individual comparisons in this case. Clay detectives have interviewed hundreds of people locally and out of state over the past 25 years in an effort to find Orcutt's killer. Orcutt's family, however, believes the sheriff's office botched the case in the beginning and should have asked the FBI to assist. The family also believes the sheriff's office failed to aggressively pursue the investigation back then and wonders if that might have been because of the possibility a police officer or wannabe cop might have been the killer. Turner said her sister wouldn't have stopped her car for just anybody. Oh, come on, that's too much there. Look at Carl. Oh, man. that's like... Can a mod check my status? Yeah, I can see it, Jim. You're right there. Oh, come on. Jesus. Oh, are you guys serious? Well, thanks, Carl, and thanks, Chris O'Connell again. Man, look at all those new members. It looks like we've had a chat in here of 240 members. Anyways, wow. Thank you guys so much for your generosity there. I don't know what to say. I was just thinking you guys were going to do, you know, another 5 or something. Even better, I'll be... Are you there, Chris O'Connell? Thank you. That was... Yeah. Turner said her sister wouldn't have stopped her car for just anybody. A witness near where her car was found reported hearing a woman screaming, "I didn't do anything." Oh, so there's words that she said. I didn't do anything. Wow, that's what was said. So that does sound like a cop. So it wasn't screaming. I didn't do anything. That sounds like that does sound like what you would say to a cop. I didn't do anything. Wow, that's a big thing to know. What do you think? Orcutt's family, however, believes the sheriff's office botched the case in the beginning and should have asked the FBI to assist. The family also believes the sheriff's office failed to aggressively pursue the investigation back then and wonders if that might have been because of the possibility a police officer or wannabe cop might have been the killer, Turner said. Hey, Chris O'Connell, thank you so much. I mean, you kind of, you know, your support made us get to the, you know, get us to the goal tonight. So I really appreciate that. And thanks for doing the challenges. I feel really fortunate on some nights, you know, to have reached the goal. You know, like tonight, we wouldn't, I don't think we'd even come close. So thank you. This is so weird. I think that really is a cop. The possibility a police officer or wannabe cop might have been the killer. Turner said her sister wouldn't have stopped her car for just anybody. Right. See, that's the thing. She was driving, then pulled over. A witness near where the car was found, I bet it was on the other side of the road, reported hearing a woman screaming, and what was said was, "I didn't do anything." On the night Orcutt disappeared, or Orcutt disappeared, those facts, plus the way her car was parked, driver's side, front and rear tires on the edge of the roadway. Okay, driver's side. So on the other side of the... Was it on the other side? Let's see. Wow, thanks again, Carl. side front and rear tires. So the driver's side front and rear tires on the edge of the roadway fueled speculation that the killer might have been a sheriff deputy, another type of law enforcement officer, or possibly an emergency responder. Back then, blue lights like those used by emergency personnel were easy to buy, and obtaining a badge wouldn't have been difficult either, law enforcement officials have said. We have compared DNA with several law enforcement officers. So they have DNA then. At this point, we have nothing to say it was law enforcement, but I can say with 100% accuracy that it wasn't law enforcement. I can't say with 100% accuracy that it wasn't law enforcement because we have to do direct comparison. Well, they must have, can't they do FGG then at this point? Said McKinney, noting that detectives have checked out several law enforcement officers, including a former state trooper convicted of similar crimes shortly after Orcutt died. McKinney also said they've checked out many sheriff's deputies working at the time and in that area, but we haven't received any matches to our DNA profile. They have a DNA profile. What the hell are you guys doing with this? They have a DNA profile. This would be the first one that they do when they... Unfortunately, it's not fiscally or physically possible to do DNA comparisons on every law enforcement officer from every agency. Well, thanks. Chris O'Connell again, and there's Carl again. Wow. Jeez, you guys. You guys are crazy. I'm hitched to Carl. Well, I don't know, but now they've got to have the funding to this. Oh, there's Chris O'Connell again. Thank you. Man, that's bizarre. I almost want to call over there and say, hey, you know, we got the money over here. We can do this. Okay, McKinney also said they've checked out many sheriff deputies. The DNA. Detectives have some possible theories, but not a good solid motive for her murder. They haven't found any links between her killing and similar crimes. Based on the evidence, it does appear she was abducted right there from her car, but we can't say with 100% accuracy. McKinney concedes he as well as detectives who worked on the case are frustrated that Orcutt's case and the other 3 homicides remain unsolved. Turner said there is an anguish that never ends for her and their family. I always have hoped they'll find who did it. I just wish it would have happened by now, Turner said. Clay detectives are working on 3 other unrelated homicide killings from 2001 to 2009. That's just ridiculous that they have DNA and they haven't done anything. That was 2015. Now we're on to 2018. Unsolved. The murder of Clay County woman Terrell Orcut. Did they mention DNA?
In these boxes at the Clay County Sheriff's Office lies the story of Terrell Orcut.
Okay.
It begins on January 20th. He went to the nearest store to call her made it. A man on his way to work finds the story of Terrell Orcut. It begins on January.
I don't know about that music. Here, why don't we just see what we can see? There's pictures in here.
It's a middle boat.
but she never made it. A man on his way to work found her car on the side of County Road 218.
See, there it is. Oh, look at that. Okay. Yeah, so it is on, I think it's on the right-hand side of the road. Now let's go look at it. I think it's right in this wooded area here, and it's facing this direction. And there's, looks like there's a telephone pole. That might be it right there even. Yeah, it looks pretty good, like that. That telephone pole over there. I don't know. Let me go down here a little bit. Might be one of these, actually. This one. Yeah, that looks a little better. Except it doesn't have the trees in the background. See that? Hey, well, hey, thanks, Carl. But hey, Chris O'Connell, you don't have to. I appreciate all your support. You don't have to keep matching everything. You've already been overly generous. Like, just so, you know. I think that might have even helped make up for that whole first day that we had. Huh? Yeah, it's got to be this wooded area here.
Driver's side window down and the engine still running.
Right. That's exactly how you pull over.
Terrell's
Wait,
purse
maybe
was
that.
still found her car on the side of County Road 218.
Okay, you see the wires are on the other side of the road, so this is on.
Door open.
All right, so hold on, I gotta edit some of this. So it's gonna be over here. Thank you, Carl. So that scream, you know, I don't know, maybe that's somebody over here. Could be on that side also, though. I bet it is. I don't know. Jeez, I have no idea where the scream came from. If they had given his name, we might have been able to look it up. But this is right in the half-mile range. Right in here. If you look at that...
Driver's side window down and the
come
engine
on.
still running. He went to the nearest
Oh, thank you again. Chris O'Connell and Carl.
Was still on the
Wow.
See. Untouched. Driver's side window down and the engine still running. He went to the nearest.
Okay, so this might be a good clue. If we can turn, we can see that like the tree and everything. Let's just look. So if we looking this way. I don't know, you know, it almost feels like it's further down. I mean, I see this opening here. Maybe that's what this is. And that, see that one tree there? I think is this one. See how it's sort of out in the road? Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. Look how cool that is. Just to be able to do that. Watch this. Look at, can you guys see that? The pattern? This is what I try to find a lot of times. See how there's like this, and then it goes up? I think that's that right there. It's just a different year. But you can see, like, that's what it would look like regardless. So you are seeing that. And then these trees here are likely these. Because that's, and God, maybe that isn't even a telephone pole that way. But you know, like a lot of times when you use these wide-angle lenses, they look like, that makes it look like everything is so... It could be back further, because when you use wide-angle lens, it looks like that. No, it can't be. I don't think, because that tree... No, that's it. I was just looking at something on the ground. See how there's like this white line and then dirt, and then there's grass eventually up there. So, kind of wondering if it could just be right in here. Did somebody just pull over right there? I mean, it's sort of weird.
Store to call police. Terrell's purse was still on the driver's seat with her money and wallet untouched. Something strange.
And then heard a car pull off.
But what could that...
A female saying, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. That's crazy, right? I didn't do it. I mean, I guess you would say that to a cop for something, but you would also say it to somebody that knew you or something.
And then heard a car pull off.
But what could that mean? And where was Terrell?
Investigation started as a missing persons.
Searches were formed, and the area around 218 was combed by investigators and volunteers. But just 7 days, but dumped.
Wait.
Not covered or hidden, but dumped in the tree line off Lee.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe we can find that now. They were just saying it was 100 feet. I didn't even watch that video, so now we know we can maybe find some of these. You guys, are you finding this interesting at all? Oh, where's that one crazy... Look at that tree over on the right. See that wild looking... I bet that's... Yeah, man, you know it would be cool if we could... Let's see if we go to Google Maps. And then we might be able to go to a different time. So we go down here. Let's see if there's any, see more dates. Oh, look at that one's good. That one, the branches aren't full. Just like that in that video. See that? It kind of looks like it goes down and then turns, and then there's this thing here. So I guess that's kind of the key, is just to... That little pull off. Could that have been right there? It's a little bit grown over. And then she was just found right there. Which kind of makes sense. Wait, where's the other one? God, could it be further around? This one's 2019. It's weird on this one. It looks like there's a whole nother road almost that kind of goes off. See that? And it looks like there's a wire crossing the road. Maybe that'll be a good way to figure this out. What happened? And weirdly, this sort of seems more... I mean, that tree looks weird how it goes like that, but then the road actually turns to the left. And then this obviously isn't the right spot over here. So it's definitely in there, and they said it was 100 feet. So I think it is just that first part. For sure. Hey, Carl, thanks again up there, man. That was really... Or, when I say man... thanks. I mean, this is so many years ago. It's 30 something years ago. So these trees aren't, you know, they grow a lot. I wish I could find that one though. That seems like that would be one that would be pretty, it could be, well, that would be, but look at this. So if you look at it like that, doesn't that seem, see how it curves to the left, and so does that. So it's probably, you know, like this spot right there is this. And then maybe, let's see. Or, jeez, maybe, I mean, even this foreground, see how it kind of comes in like that? But anyways, I think it's just right over here.
Road, less than 4 miles from where her car was found.
There was 2 stab wounds to the chest, and she had a broken clavicle on her left side.
Wow.
Remembers the moment her mother got the news.
She didn't change. She just grabbed the sweater and her nightgown and took off up there.
They were met by the sheriff and a preacher that told them Teryl, whose life was on the upswing, young, ambitious, about to be promoted at some trust bank, her life had been viciously ended. The investigation began, first by looking at how her Thunderbird was found and her injuries.
All right.
With the driver's side window down.
Okay, that was better. That was a better view.
Began, first by looking at how her
Oh yeah, now we can do it. See, this is what I'm saying. When they give you, now we see that she pulled over in a reasonable place. All right, so now let's get back up there. I think it's pretty close to here. Yeah. Let's go down. Let's just go to that trees and just see what the deal is down there. I don't get it. I just like looking for this kind of stuff. Well, it's definitely not there. It's on this side of the road. She's driving like this. It seems like she would pull over right there. And maybe there was trees in this area. Let's go look at the map. Let's see if it's changed at all. Ah, look at that. Totally different. Like right in here. See that? Watch this. There's trees in there. Oh, look at that. Man, in 2002, that was packed with, that's just trees all along there. That's what's messing this up. So let's try a street view. Let's go back to that street view that we were just looking at. This one. Go out to the road. Well, that's not the right place even. Yeah, right there. So I'm going to use, this one has historical, but this is the spot right here, I think. So I think if you go to right there, let's see how far back they go. Come on, have one from like 2011. Oh, man. (2011). Darn it. I gave it a shot. See, there's no trees there even in 2013, 11, 8, a little bit more on the side there, 2006, 2005, 2004, there's definitely trees over there. And then 2002, there's a ton. And then 1999, it's absolutely filled. You know what it feels like? Almost like it's right there. Let's see. Because of that way that there's a little road, except there's nothing over here, so it can't be that. Ah, man, that's crazy. So I think it might be way, just back here before those trees. If you go look at this one, see how there's that little driveway that goes over there? Do you guys find any of this interesting at all when we do this? I know there's probably people that are bored, hate it, but it might be this driveway right here. In fact, it makes a lot of sense that it's this driveway, and if we go, let's just say she was facing that direction, and let's just sort of, let's go back, let's do this right there, because I haven't seen any other driveways on any other satellite, and so that's and this is right at the mileage that they said. And, then there were trees back then. And then let's look at that area again. Yep, that's back there. See that? Right back there, just a little more, higher growth that you can see. And then that's probably that. And then there's this little, maybe this driveway's changed. There's a fence and there's a fence. And then what about those? Yeah, and then, the telephone poles, there's one there. These ones look the height that they should be. It's weird because see, these ones have the transformers on them back there. Huh. Yeah. Actually, I just think it's right up there on the side of the road, near that spot. Anyways, I just was trying to find it.
Office lies the story of Terrell Orcut. It begins on January 21st, but just 7 days later, the case would turn from a missing person to a murder investigation.
Her body was found 50 feet off of this dirt road
in
a wooded area.
7 days later, the case would turn from a missing person to a murder investigation.
Her body was found 50 feet.
Yeah, and that's right where we have it. There's the main road, and then there's that road that goes in. So just right there. And it looks like there was a road at one point. I guess if we go up to... oh, that'd be cool. We can do it here. We just go to... There's that road right there. That's the one that you could see. And he was kind of pointing it. And that's so weird because now you can see all of the things. Yeah, that 2011 was, I mean, look at that. See, that shows that perfectly right there. Let's see, let's watch that video. It's going to play here in a second.
Feet off of this dirt road in a wooded area.
Not covered or hidden, but dumped in the tree line off Lee.
Yep, and there's that one that goes off to the side, so it's just right there.
Road, less than
cool.
4 miles from where her car was found.
There was 2 stab wounds to the chest, and she had a broken clavicle on her left side.
Terrell's sister, Cheryl Turner, mother got the news.
She didn't change.
They were Terrell, whose life was on the ups. Her life had been viciously ended. The investigation began, first by looking at how her Thunderbird was found and her injuries. With the driver's side window down, could her broken clavicle be from someone reaching through the window and violently pulling her out? And why was she on 218?
Or I think it's more like when she was being stabbed. You know?
In the first place. Her sister says her route home should have been 295 to 103rd, then south on
but she didn't go that way.
17. And what about those words? I didn't do it. Witnesses heard. Was she her route home should have been 295 to 100.
I don't know, when I was looking at that, it made more sense the way she went. So she's saying she should have gone this direction and then down. But it also seems pretty quick to go that way.
Third, then south on County Road 217. And what about those words? I didn't do it. Witnesses heard. Was she being pulled over?
The investigators worked that angle very hard and came up with no information that would lead that it was a law enforcement officer.
And where her body was found on Lee Road, a dirt road that just connects back to Blanding.
You got to think, who knew to put her there? So someone, you know, was familiar with the area.
Over the decades, numerous investigators have looked over this case, adding on to the already large case file. Detective Rob Schoonover says there have been a lot of persons of interest, but no...
It hurts like hell. She's been dead 28 years.
Probably his older sister.
She's only been alive 26 years. So it's a crying shame that your murder goes unsolved longer than you've been alive.
But Detective Schoonover has been going through this case piece by piece and firmly believes the truth is out there.
Someone back there in 1990, you commit a murder, you don't keep quiet. You tell somebody. Somebody knows. And all these years, the family going through this, that it's going to take someone to step up and make that phone call.
A call that would finally answer the question, who murdered Terrell Orcut? Katie Jeffries with photographer Jeff Renfro for First Coast News.
Now to our continuing coverage of the Highway 82 fire in Brantley County. We have just gotten an update. The fire is now 85% contained. It's about 22,000.
All right. Well, that's now you sort of can picture everything. And we had it pretty close on all of it. Right where the car was. Let's see. There's also 2025. I don't need to do that one. Let's do this cold case spotlight one. One last one. Here we go. This is from that site. All right, let's see if there's anything in this. Orcutt was a fashionista. She loved makeup and wore stylish outfits. She would not check the mail without putting her makeup on first, said her sister Cheryl Turner. If she was alive now, she would be like one of the modern people wearing the current styles. The fashion moments ended 36 years ago when Teryl never came home from her boyfriend's house. Her body was found off Lee Road in Middleburg, Florida, a week after she'd been reported missing. Her murder has never been solved. Teryl was born on February 19, 1963, in Kentucky. She was 2 months premature. Growing up, she turned into a beautiful person. Her sister Cheryl took care of her when she was a baby. When they brought her home, I was 10 years old, said Cheryl. So that was probably her sister in that interview. That was my baby. I changed her diapers. She slept in my bedroom, and I took care of her. Teryl lived in Germany with her family for 3 years when she was a kid. She liked to play basketball at the AYA Army Youth Activity Center. So, Army Youth Activity Center, where her mom used to coach. Teryl went to high school in North Carolina. She was an AB honor roll student and an art student. Teryl liked all the subjects in school, but mathematics had her heart. After high school, she decided to go to the University of North Carolina to study business. Teryl loved to travel. She was the... Excuse me. I'm not sure the allergies are coming. Jeez. In a similar... let's see. Teryl loved to travel. She was the person who would just get in her car and go anywhere. It is a similarity that she shares with her sister. She was open to eating any kind of food. She would eat everything, according to her sister Cheryl. She could eat anything. I can eat almost anything myself. I can't stand when people are like, well, I just want to keep eating my bologna and cheese sandwich. And when you try to have them try something, they don't do it. Like, hey, why don't you try a sushi? Oh, I don't like it because it... have you tried it? No, I just think it's gross. Well, then try the damn thing. Like sushi is amazing. If you don't like fish and that kind of thing, then you might... But it doesn't have a fish flavor, but you might not like it. And that's cool, but everybody should try stuff, That's my opinion anyways, because you might find that there's something out there that you absolutely love. Sushi was one of those things for me. There was a point where I was obsessed. I just had to. It was so good, I had to go get it. Yeah, well, if you cook a snail, why not try it? You know, maybe they taste good. Obviously, people eat them out there. You know, cook it up, eat it, take a bite, and if you don't like it, then don't ever eat it again. But you might take a bite and go, damn, that's freaking awesome. You know? And I bet it's not slimy or anything when you eat a bite of a snail. Teryl was a sociable person. She liked everybody. Okay, at the age of 20, Teryl married. It was a memorable ceremony with all the family. Her sister keeps her wedding dress in her closet. A few years later, she got a divorce because her then husband wanted to move to Washington State, but she refused since she did not want to leave her mom. She wanted to have a lot of kids, but never got the chance. After graduating from college, she worked at a bank in Jacksonville as the vice president at just 26 years old. That's pretty good. And according to Cheryl, she hoped to soon become the first female president of the bank in the city. She was living with her mom in Middleburg, Florida, before the time of the murder. Teryl was looking to find her own apartment to have her own space. She never told her mom. It was another secret between Teryl and her sisters. After nights out, Teryl would usually come back home before the newspaper arrived at 5 a.m. She would leave it at the kitchen bar for the mom. It was a sign that Teryl was back home. On January 21st, 1990, Teryl left her boyfriend's house in Jacksonville and headed for her Middleburg home, but she never made it. A man was on his way home from work when he saw Teryl's car on the side of the road in Middleburg. Her car was found with the engine running and her belongings still inside, including her purse. The vehicle was found on the side of Lee Road. Her sister Cheryl says Teryl had apparently taken a different route. She usually went I-295 to 103 Street, then south on CR-217 instead of CR-218. It was a dark road, and Teryl usually avoided dark roads. She had been afraid of the dark since an incident several years earlier when her sister Cheryl was driving her little brother and Teryl to a friend's house. A woman jumped inside the van and in the middle of the road. The woman held a knife to Cheryl's throat, demanding help finding her kids. Later on, they got away. The woman had been high on drugs. Teryl's body was found a week after her car was discovered on January 28, 1990. She was found less than 4 miles off Lee Road. She had 2 stab wounds to her chest, and a broken clavicle had been found 50 feet into the tree line. Her body was dumped, not hidden. Teryl was 26 years old when she died. Her birthday was less than a month away. When the sheriff and captain from the sheriff's department walked in, we knew, and I hit the ground, Cheryl said. I sucked it up. Then I went into the big daughter that had to take care of everybody. That's what she became. I thought it was an imposter. I remember something about how easy it would be to pull off. What do you mean? Like a fake officer. Yeah, it could be something like that. But I think it is. Doesn't it make the most sense that it's like a police officer? I have never tried rattlesnake, but I've never had the opportunity to eat it. I bet it'd be pretty good. What does it taste like, Carl? It tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. Every damn thing tastes like chicken. When the sheriff and captain from the sheriff's department walked in, we knew and I hit the ground, Cheryl said. The sheriff's department had a few people of interest, but there weren't any specific suspects. Police believe it was someone familiar with the area. What about the DNA that was mentioned? It had been over 3.5 decades and no murderer had been identified. The murder affected Cheryl in so many ways. After Terrell's murder, their mom became a distant. The grief hits Cheryl every time a Christmas movie comes up on TV. Christmas was Terrell's favorite holiday, and in her last one and her last one was special. It was the 1989 historic snowfall in northeast Florida. It was also the last interaction Cheryl had with her sister, Teryl. It was a memorable Christmas with all the snow, said Cheryl. We tied trash can lids to a car and started sledding. Cheryl remembers her little sister all the time. She thinks of her laugh and her personality, and she misses being with her. She remembers their last interaction as a special moment since it was the last time the whole family was together for Christmas. Cheryl remembers her sister as a person who always liked to be in style. She liked to dress up and do her makeup. I miss her. I miss my family. When my birthday and the day she came up missing comes, I do not want to talk to anybody. Down here it just says, in early morning hours of January 21st, 1990, a 1989 red Ford Thunderbird belonging to Terrell Lynn Steele Orcutt was discovered on the side of the road of 218 in Middleburg, Florida. The car was still running and Terrell's purse was found inside the passenger seat. 7 days later, Terrell's partially clothed body was discovered by two young brothers off Lee Drive south near Black Creek, about 4 miles from where her car was found. She had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and most likely sexually assaulted. They should exhume her and try to get a sample. A few factors led to speculation that law enforcement officers might have been involved in Terrell's abduction and murder. The Clay County Sheriff's Office announced for the whereabouts of all its officers on the night in question, but have indicated that someone impersonating an officer could be responsible for the crime. They have repeatedly asked that anyone driving in Clay, Duval, St. Johns, or Putnam counties nobody's going to remember now. I mean, December 1989. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, there was this. I mean, come on. 1989, January 1990, that had someone try to pull them over. I guess that would be interesting. You know, if you had somebody try to pull you over during that time frame, to please call investigators and report the information. And there she is right there. Doesn't that suck? I mean, it's just crazy. But thank you guys for going through the journey of a cold case tonight. And thank you guys all for your generosity. You know, specifically Chris O'Connell and Carl. You guys went nuts for me, so thank you. And then we got to throw in Alley Cake for, you know, jumping in with some of that one challenge and helping out there. Yeah, isn't that a good one? I just randomly found it. I mean, you guys you've seen that before, right? That database. Let's see. I don't even know if, did she just pop up on here? I don't know. There's just so many cases out there. It's crazy. Like this one right here. Why don't you give me something to type in? All right, up here it says, we don't know the names, but gender, victim age, a race, victim age. You know, it sucks that you can't put a range in the year, though. They're thinking you're looking up a specific case, but if you're just looking up random ones. So if you don't put a year, you could just do like, all right, let's say you put over here female, and I don't know what age you guys want to throw in there. Somebody type one in. And the reason I look up females on here is because I think that they're more likely to have some sort of a predator involved, you know. That's right. I mean, and the family still doesn't even have answers. At least they had a body to say goodbye to, but they don't have answers, you know. Nobody? I don't know if you guys are like a mile behind or what. How about 43? Search. And then look at all these names that come up just for that. We have Cheryl. I think I did that one. Did I do Mary Allen? Let's see. Mary Allen. Don't see it in there. What was the other one? Joe Leonard. Yeah, right there. 1979, Mary M. Leonard. Well, it wasn't 79 though. No, that's a different Leonard. Wow, you gotta be kidding me. I got another. You know you've done a lot of cases when you have another one that has Leonard in it. I mean, what are the odds of that? And now here's Sherry Joe Leonard. Oh yeah, well look at this. This is this faces of, you know, so you can, and there's really so many of them. It takes like an hour to load these suckers up off the page. You know, but you can just scroll through and you go, oh, what about, I've done that one. Probably that one. Yeah, I've done that one. And there's the one I was just looking at right there. Pretty sure I've done that one. And it just goes on and on. Look at this, watch. If I start up here, and these are just the ones that have the faces on them. But look, it just, I mean, some of these haven't even loaded up yet. Isn't that ridiculous? See, they're just loading up right now. And yeah, these are all, there's stuff, yeah, there's people in all those. But like on these are cool because you can, what year is this one? Here, let's see if we can find that one. So if we go here, go to newspapers.com. Mary Allen, I mean, how common of a name. Mary Allen. And let's see if we have Huntington Beach. Okay, that's not in there. Just California. And it was a murder. Yeah, there it is. Yesterday morning, the jury in the Mary Allen murder trial returned a verdict of... Wait, what year is this? That's 1885. Mary, okay. That's not the same person, but another Mary Allen. How ridiculous. How about this one? Is that it? Man indicted in fatal stabbing. Manufacturing and Marie Allen. That's different. This is Mary Allen.
What do you know about Ray Finkel?
I wonder if that's from... That looks like 1960 to 1980. Mary Allen. That says 43. God, could you have a more common name? Man, my nose is just... I don't know. How do you find that one? Come on, AI, give me the one. Don't see it. Anyways, there's just so many of them. You know, back to this. You know, scrolling down, they're probably all loaded up now. So look at that. Just... And like these aren't even filled up. I think I've done that one. Geneva Hastings, haven't I? Yep. 1975. Let me see if I can remember it. I mean, these are all, I've done so many cases, it's crazy. Yeah, that's right. Right, you look at the picture, they're all excited, they're in school, they got something they're going to do. Did I do that one? Frady. I've done a Levi Frady. Man, how can I have two of those? That name is so uncommon. Let's see. Cheryl Williams Frady. Hey, thanks, Suzanne. Oh, yeah, and she's in Georgia. Don't know. All right, let's see. You know, my favorite ones are the old ones. You know, from like 1970, you know, 65 to like 85 or something. Did I do this one? Copper Thite? Copper Thite. No. Here, let's just take a quick look at this one. That looks old. Alright, you guys, hold on. If it seems interesting, maybe I'll do it on another day. Craig Copper Thite. And that one's in Oklahoma. So I bet there's articles on this one. 1978. The worst ones are when it's like, oh, somebody drove by and got shot, and then, like, how do you even, you know, there's nothing to do. Okay. That one has Craig Andrew Copperthite. Oh, this says 1979. Now, let's see what the deal is here. Authorities have matched fingerprints taken from the found body of a young man found near Bromide with those of a 19-year-old Arlington, VA man missing since, so he must have had a criminal history. Cole County Sheriff, or got fingerprints from the house. Sheriff Frank Heck said the dead man was identified as Craig Andrew Copperthite, who had apparently been hitchhiking through the state. The sheriff quoted Copperthite's father as saying the young man had left home alone in the middle of November. The FBI matched the prints on the body with those taken from Copperthite when he was there. There you go. When he was arrested on a marijuana possession charge, Heck said. How were they able to get a match so quick in 1979? That's crazy. Dick Reed, an investigator for the state medical examiner's office, said Copperthite had been beaten and that he probably died of asphyxiation. Reed explained that the way Copperthite was tied up probably made it impossible for him to breathe. Jesus, we just stumbled upon a nutty, crazy one here. All right, hold on. Craig Copperthite. That's freaking nuts. 1979. All of a sudden, this one just took a weird turn just out of nowhere. It just seemed like it was just going to be sort of a random. So that was January 10th, now January 11th. Yeah, we already got that. Sometimes that's all you end up getting. But I do have this other source over here. Genealogy Bank. Yes, I use my email trolls. Hey, hurry up, let's try to sign in. That gray guy, we gotta go. Hurry up. Alright, Craig Copperthite. And then 1970. See, they have it 78, so that means it took him a long time to find that, his body. El Bromide, Oklahoma. Come on. Come up with something. And no. Okay. And if you put quotes around, when you're using newspapers.com, if you put quotes there, it has to have that. Just like that, too. And for some reason, it didn't even get it once. Oh, wait, because it said Georgia. That's probably why. Okay. I know that we saw him in 1979, a minute ago. Now it's gone. You gotta be kidding me. Craig Copperthite. Yeah. So then why aren't you coming up with one? Let me try that again. Craig Copperthite. I don't know, something that doesn't make any sense. A minute ago it found him, and then now you can't. That's bull crap. You guys just came up with, you gave me one a minute ago. It was 1979. How about we just do that? Yeah, that's weird. I guess maybe I'll have to try it tomorrow. Alright, maybe I'll look into that one later, see what happens. Obviously, well, look at, here we are. Craig Copperthite. It's sitting here. And there's no date range on there. That's 1897. Craig Copperthite set up the score. Is this Oklahoma? Tucson, Arizona. And I can't imagine there being very many people with the last name of Copperthite. Thanks, Suzef. Hey, we made the goal tonight. Chris O'Connell and Carl WAC got into a battle. They were just supporting each other back and forth. And thank you for your support as well. Very kind, very kind. Alright. Trying to get the screen up. Alright, so I want to thank, we got Richard Watts right out of the chute. And by the way, did you guys find the show interesting tonight? Look at that, of 264 votes. 130 of them were trolls. Isn't that amazing? The losers have that time. It's just, it's actually funny. They're just, it's so, my God. Unreal. So we had Richard Watts, then we had Cheryl Bullock, Allie Cake, then Jessica Schubach, then Allie Cake, then Jim Lawn, then Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. And that was about, we were already about 40 minutes in. Then we had Chris O'Connell did a super chat, then Whiskey Boots, then Allie Kick, then Chris O'Connell gifted 5, then Linda Cosma gifted 1, and also 37 months, and Whiskey Boots 32 months. Thank you, guys. I don't know, Sandy. I think there's just that many. These people are... They always make fun of me, but what they don't do is look in the mirror regarding themselves. The lengths that they go to. So if you're not familiar, you guys, if you think it's just, oh, yeah, just know this, that these people have contacted charities that I donate to. They've contacted anybody that supports my channel because they have the ability, they have the funds to do so, and they help in bigger ways than other people. They're contacted by these people. It's a methodical attempt. So over time, my behavior has changed as well because I see this stuff happening. And it's very frustrating. And tonight I tried to be more just, you know, like whatever, you know, kind of a situation. Because it's just, it's getting to a point where these people are trying so hard to affect my channel that it stresses me out. So it makes it so my show isn't quite as good. And, you know, it just is what it is. And so just imagine if somebody called up your work or got a hold of your charities that you donate to or got a hold of anybody that supports you and tried to convince them not to do so. And then to sit there and have this holier-than-thou behavior. Oh, that gray guy, he's just this and that. It's sick, man. You guys are sick in the head, and you know it, and that's okay, all right? What's not okay is to try to harm somebody financially by your actions, and that's what we've been keeping track of. And even some of the people that you think you're sending things to, and you're getting through to them, it's not working. Okay. So anyways, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. We got more to go though. Anyways, you guys see what I'm saying though? These guys are psycho. It's crazy. And they all just sit around wringing their hands, waiting to have this next thing that Gray says so we can make a comment about it. I mean, just disgusting. You know, like live your own life and leave me the hell alone. Okay? Thank you. All right, so we have Chris O'Connell gifted 5, then Linda Cosma, then we had Allie Cake, and then Chris O'Connell. Both did, yeah, so at this point, Chris O'Connell said, hey, I'll match anybody's super chat that comes in or gifted memberships. I'll match it the next 5. So somebody could go give 50 and she'd give 50. Somebody did 10, she did 10. So we had Allie Cake jumped in with 20 and that was matched. And then Allie Cake did another 10 because nobody else was doing it. And then that was matched. And then Jim Lawn threw in a $2 one, which was like, wow, you're going to match the 2. And then Chris O'Connell gifted 5 anyways. Then I said, well, there's 3 more left, or 2 more left. Can I do 5? Or, you know, and she goes, yeah. So I gifted 5, and then she gifted 10 anyways. Right? Then JB 7000 gifted 5, and then Chris O'Connell matched that. So at that point, we were done with the 5 challenge, whatever you call it, like 5 something challenge. And then chicken wing. And then Chris O'Connell did, and then Carl W showed up, and then she said, I'll match Carl if he wants. And then Carl gifted 20 memberships. All right. Then right after that, Chris O'Connell gifted 20. Then Carl gifted 5. Then Chris O'Connell gifted 5. Then Carl gifted 5, and then Chris O'Connell gifted 5. Then Carl gifted 1. Chris O'Connell gifted 1, and then Carl gifted $20 super chat. And then Chris O'Connell matched it with the 20. And then Jim Lawn. And then we had Sezef and 1. And then Sezef again. But then, I just did the duel. That was a pretty good duel there. That made a big difference. I think you guys made it so that we could have even made up for that other night, that first night of the month there. Yeah, it sucks because there's just these people that make they have all these groups and so forth dedicated just to me. They pretend by naming themselves that it's sort of a generic name or something like that, but it's really just to attack me. It's bandoliering. It's actually on Reddit, it's not even legal to do what they're doing. But like I've learned though over time is that the Reddits of the world and YouTube, they don't care at all about people, Doesn't matter. They've helped out very rarely on things. But anyways, thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. All the trolls seem to have bailed. They, now it's not fun for them anymore. I'm still here, Gray. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. There's like some of the people are even people that used to be here, and now they're just full blown trolls, like Crystal, aka Beaver Gaming sub Crystal. She's turned into a crazy person. I mean, it's amazing. Because I used to talk to her, a lot on the side and stuff, and then I even bring her name up every once in a while, like, hey, Crystal, aka the longest name in YouTube history, just because I remember her. Never had, was never negative or anything. I just thought she was a nice person. But then all of a sudden you see her just trashing all over the place. And it's like, who the hell are you? Do you just want to be liked somewhere? I don't know. I don't know where these, how it happens at all, man. It's like they're so lonely. They want to be liked by a whole group of people with a lot more, sort of feverishness to it. So they trash somebody so that everybody goes, yeah, you're part of our team now. Yay. It's bizarre, man. Yeah, I always thought she was really cool. I don't know what the hell happened to her. I mean, it's unreal. And she always tells people, oh, you'll be like me too. Like, I read some of her comments. She'll say stuff like, oh, you'll be like me too someday. You just watch. Well, what do you mean? You mean nuts? Is that what you're saying? And like, what is her name? One of the I don't know. I'm not going to keep going. It just sucks, And by the way, that's not her real name. Her name isn't Crystal, aka Beaver Gaming sub Crystal. Like when she was born, they didn't say, well, let's give him a crazy middle name here. It's insane, this person. I really don't know. We've had some rational conversation, but she sort of started going off the deep end on Facebook and chat, so I was kind of like, I'm not really sure what's going on. I never did anything mean to her, ever. And I think it's really cruel and mean of people like that out of nowhere when I don't have I'm not doing anything to them to act like that. Let's see. I don't know. What do you guys think about all this? I don't mean to. It's just so ridiculous. This whole thing started because of a disgruntled mod who then turned it into a lifelong compassion. Yeah, no, that's what it feels like. They just want to fit in somewhere. Like we used to have this guy, Jay Case was his name. And he was a moderator. But he hardly was ever here. And then when he showed up, he'd want to send, he'd send in pretty decent super chats every once in a while. And then he always wanted everybody to go, yeah, look at me, look at me, look at me. And, and then I see what he's writing out there. And it's so inaccurate. Like he said that I said one time, man, if my videos did so much better, I wouldn't do live streams anymore. Because then I would be able to bring in the money there. And, you know, I probably wouldn't, you know, I'd still donate money or whatever, but it wouldn't be the same amount or whatever because it's just me. It's my, you know, there's no, like, you guys. And then I said something like, but the reality, what I said was that if my videos did better, there wouldn't be as much pressure on my live streams for people to make, you know, to bring in the funds every single night. That's what I said. Okay? But he just wants to hear it the way he wants to hear it so that it matches what they believe. Yeah, he was, I don't know. I'm not sure that guy's legitimate. Yeah, remember that? The J Case vision? Because he moronically said, hey, can you turn it back a little bit and see the video? It was just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. The J Case vision. Whew, wow. Unreal. Yeah, you remember me saying that, right? I said, hey, and then he just sort of invents and embellishes a story because he wants to be liked in a group. Because I actually unmodded him and I made him a mod again. And then he wasn't here for another 6 months, so I unmodded him again. It became a running joke. The J Case vision. It was just like he thought Google Earth was some sort of thing where you could, you know, get something live when... I mean, it was so funny that we just made a name for it. Yeah, I said, hey, if I ever got my videos where we were making, you know, they were doing so much better, I got like 50,000 views a video, there would be so much less pressure on the shows to have everybody in there supporting the channel. That's what I said. I didn't say, oh, I wouldn't have to do my live streams anymore. That's bullshit. Doing the live streams, I like doing. I like working through stuff with you guys. You know, like when we do the Tonight Show, I thought was pretty cool, you know? Like there was enough stuff to, like, digging around and trying to find the exact spots. I think we did really good on that. I think we know the case and what the situation is. And it was interesting to learn at that last minute the part about the, you know, where they actually said, I didn't do it, or... I mean, that was crazy, because that really does make it seem like a police officer. I don't know, man. But I'll tell you, anybody that would literally try to get a hold of somebody for supporting my channel, email them at work and personally, you got to have a screw loose in your head. Like, you are nuts. And why would you want to be part of a group of people who do that kind of disgusting stuff? I mean, it's crazy. They try to get a hold of, like, Nick Meck and Rain, and they called me up and go, wow, these people are crazy. We thank you so much for your guys' support. You know, they were so happy. I don't know. We haven't done that yet, Carl. But we should, shouldn't we? I mean, I used to be at CrimeCon. That's where people would come in. I haven't gone to CrimeCon in like 3 years. Oh, there's my stomach. Jeez. No, he is always... J Case has always been a turncoat. Like somebody not loyal, or... You know, he's just like a... He's an ass. You know, like, I remember about 2 years ago, he wrote this long dissertation on Reddit in the same damn group. And then later I said, dude, what are you doing, man? And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. And then he became a mod again. He came around again. Oh, and then he just goes and does it again because he's just, I don't know. He's a little off, to be honest with you. I mean, literally. You know, like, there's something... You know, oh, he's always got a house right next to where we're doing a case, you know. Oh, yeah, hello, one right there. Oh, yeah. You know, just ridiculous stuff. So he can go ahead and do whatever the hell he's going to do, and all of them can. Cindy Leon, remember that during Delphi she was always here? She became one of the nutjob trolls, believing in all the bullshit. And, you know, it's just, it sucks. You know, I never once was mean to her. I always appreciated her, etc. I haven't seen Ivan Victor. What's Ivan Victor done? Is he over there too? God, what a crazy! These guys are nuts, man. Yeah, I'm not going to do background. I think most of the people that are now are just normal. I was just starting off back then. I didn't really have a good feel for anybody. I haven't seen Ivan Victor for a while. I know, isn't that crazy? Yeah, Cindy Leon. Man, she was, I mean, I always loved having her around. And, you know, she'd send in 5 here, 5 there. Yeah, just, and like, she doesn't seem to remember that we gave thousands and thousands of dollars. Well, he's a real person, yeah. He's not really Russian or anything like that. And that's not even his real name. But. No. But yeah, I mean, she doesn't seem to remember. Like, she doesn't mention it. She just gets in on the same bullshit as everybody else. And the thing is we donated thousands of dollars to the Abby and Libby ballpark because of the shows that I did and raising, and I even gave money, you know, after the case has been over. I've done it. So I don't know where the hell, you know, these people come from. It's really weird. I know who I am. I'm not a shitty person. I'm a good person. I do the right things. I try to help people, etc. You know? Yeah, and yes, there's nights where I get incredibly frustrated when we aren't, you know, the support's not, like tonight was just one of those miracle nights, you know. For example, like if, I would say almost certainly if Chris O'Connell and Carl didn't help out tonight, we'd be like at about, you know, 40% maybe. And it would have been okay because I was willing to accept it. But then I was like, oh, wait, we can do this tonight, you know. Anyways, I just think it's weird that these people, you know, like, why not talk to me or, you know, say, hey, Gray, you know, I haven't heard from any of those idiots. They just show up over there, and it's like, it's so shitty because I was never anything but nice to any of those people, ever. I was always nice to every one of them. And maybe they didn't like me because I think Cindy Lynn started believing in the conspiracy shit in the Delphi case. She doesn't seem to think maybe Richard Allen did it or something, and maybe she started watching these other YouTubers and ooh, you know, and all of a sudden now it's okay because I'm some nutter who thinks that Richard Allen's actually the killer, you know. Because I used to always see her on this other, you know, just crazy ladies page that always did conspiracy stuff on it. Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Really strange. Where do you live at, Carl? Yeah, it's crazy. You know, and I don't like how it feels those nights where I'm like, hey, you know, we're not hitting the goals, we're behind, etc. I don't like those nights, but usually everything's a lot smoother when we're working on a bigger, like there's a big case going on. Like, for example, let's say that in that correspondence dinner, the guy escaped and got out of there, and we had surveillance and stuff. I think my channel would be doing really well. That video that I made the other day, I mean, it doesn't, you know, the problem, let me just show you guys. I'll show you the stats on the video that I just made. Are you guys interested in stuff like that? I mean, it's just kind of just shows you the reality of everything. So this video right here, so look, see this video right here? Now, this video was a miraculous video. It went like this and almost collapsed. And then it just picked up. Somehow it got shared. And it got all the way up to 14,000 views. I got 121 subscribers from it, which is pretty cool. But look how much that only made. After it got 14,000 views, it made $49.65. Isn't that ridiculous? You know, and I don't know if it's the engagement. It's only got 7 minutes and 36 seconds. But anyways, yeah, it made that. But it's kind of cool how it's constantly, you know, even now it's getting 47 views an hour, which isn't great, but, you know, some videos get to 0. But see that? But it got 121 subs is cool. But man, look at that, $49.65. Ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, and oh wait, before I get off of that, let me show you the other one. Here, the one that I just put out. You know the one I did on the Tyler Robinson case? Here, watch this. This one you'd think, man, all right. Man, that one probably did really well. Look at this. That's the Tyler Robinson one. The part 1. 2.7. This one would be doing better with the same number of views, but it doesn't. I got 7 subs, and look at that, $10.52 on that. I spent hours and hours and hours and hours making that video right there. So these people out there, they think, oh, we make thousands of dollars on every, you know. That's why you got to get like 50,000 views and maybe a watch time of 10 to 15 minutes. And then you'd probably make $300-400 on a video. But that's not happening. Isn't that crazy right there? Just look at that. 2.7 thousand views is all I got. And look what it's getting right now. 9 views the last. And this was put out after the other one. And look at right there, there's hours where it wasn't even being watched at all. See that? Last 48 hours, 1425. Anyways. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, and it's weird how the other one picked up because people saw it and then somebody shared it. Hey, have you seen this one? And then bing, 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 it started picking up a little bit. And people on Twitter, you know, somebody on Twitter, I think she was showing, let's see, what is it? Sleuth, or wait, Jane Doe, you know, she showed me, she was pretty good at like just quickly making a clip and saying, hey, check this thing out. Full video here, you know. She made like 3 of them in 2 minutes. Oh yeah, do you sing in them, Jim, or what are you doing? I wondered about Bama Girl. I don't know. I haven't seen her forever. Yeah, what happened to Bama Girl? I used to watch. She used to do like a show. I just think sometimes, you know, people go do something else, you know. That's why, I mean, I really appreciate everybody that's been watching for a long time. It feels cool to have a, you know, you know, some continuity to the community. So thank you guys. But I don't know what the hell happened to those 3 that I just mentioned. I was kind of shocked. Like, what are you doing here? You're actually talking to people who, behind the scenes, that you guys aren't aware of. See, these people, this is what these people think. The people that are watching these channels, they think that they're just being noble and putting out these, look at this guy, look what he's doing, look what he's doing. But they don't realize what the genesis of what they're doing is. Nor do they realize that they go to such lengths where they literally call charities, send emails to charities. They send emails and try to get a hold of people that donate more money. Like they got a hold of Marty's kid and told him, hey, this guy, he's taking money from your dad. And then Marty just goes, what the hell are you guys talking about? You know, and then they've got a hold of Lisa Belson. Notice a pattern there. The people that donated more, these people are sick, you know, and it's just absolutely incredible. I don't even know how it's legal to do that. So, anyways, that's all I got. I don't know what the hell's going on, but from here on out, I'm not going to be talking about them anymore. I just thought I'd tell you guys at the end of the show and let you guys know that there's just people out there that are crazy and turncoat nut jobs. Who the hell knows, man? But thank you all very much for your support in here tonight. Again, thanks to you're in Minnesota, with all the lakes up there. And thanks to Carl and Chris O'Connell and Allie Cake for your getting things moving along. You know, it was pretty amazing. Your little back and forth there. That I think that alone made up for the, combined with the last 2 days, the extra, like, if the channel brings in gross after every single thing, net income of like $340, then you could apply those aren't great numbers, believe it or not, because at the end of the month you'd have 9, and then if you donate 4, then there's not much, or at 3,000 or whatever. I saw someone post about the grandchild thing on what grandchild? What's that? What do you mean the grandchild? And by the way, these same people, see, again, these people are supporting people that are racist people. They literally say that my wife is a mail order bride merely because she's Asian. Isn't that weird? Like, how is that okay to do? And you guys sit around and yuck it up and laugh and think that's funny. Well, look in the mirror, Complete bullshit. Let's see. Used to be cool, but no. Yeah. All right, Jim. Sounds like it looks like you're talking about something else. I don't know what you mean by the grandchild thing. I know. I thought that was but that last video was great. I thought, Chris O'Connell, the one, part 1. Now I'm working on part 2. I don't know if you guys are interested in seeing this, but let's see what I've got. Yeah, right here. This is where that last scene that I've been working on. Why does that thing keep moving around like that? It's crazy. It's weird. All right. Yeah, anyways, this is... Hold on, so there you go. I gotta move this up. Is that 110? Go to right there. See, look at that. Isn't that sweet? Running across to do the shooting. And then I'm going to cut over to another shot and then have them more close up over there. And then it's going to be this quick action thing. I'm going to go right the Bartholomew speech and then maybe show him laying on the roof and then it's going to cut to that one inside. He goes up and then you're going to see the FBI video where he runs off the roof. I think that's going to be freaking sweet. Now, I think at some point there should be laws against these people. Every day, they spend their whole day dreaming up the next video, the next post they can make, putting together a piece from this show and this show and this show, and putting it all together to try to make me look as bad as possible. And And yes, they are things that I say and have said, and some of them are actually just totally taken out of context, you know? Like the other day when I was saying, look at that, somebody says, hey, Gray, is this a new intro? And I said, no, it's some sort of just a random clip that showed up on the show. That's just dry humor. I just, you know, it's goofy. It's funny. But they put that in there like I'm, you know, just being mean to somebody. It's crazy. What do you guys think of that, though? Doesn't that look just like the surveillance footage, though? You know? Like he's just running over there. See that? He's running across the roof. You know, it's weird when you're up there. It seems way smaller, but it isn't really. It's 70-something yards. Oh, really? About Marty's granddaughter? Why would they be posting about Marty's... It's just his daughter, not granddaughter. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, maybe that's, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's affected him. What are you talking about, Sandy? Yeah. Someone peeked at the chat. They make things up and people eat it. It is. It's weird. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's not real. They are exactly the same as Candace Owens or the Trump derangement syndrome types. You know, where they just sort of throw something out there. No matter what I do or say, it's bad. I could donate $100,000 to an orphanage in Ukraine. They'd say, oh, see, why did he do that, man? He could have been, you know, it's just, it doesn't matter. It really, it's just, all right, but I'm just letting you guys know this is sort of what I deal with all the time. And I'm just going to ignore them. I mean, I generally ignore them all the time, but just recently people go, hey, Grid, you see this one? You see this? And so there you go. And it's hard. They're always showing up here. Hey, you forgot about us, Gray. Let's troll Gray tonight. You know? Hey, that's Clem, isn't it? What's the fly's name again? Yeah, he's not senile now. I've talked to Marty, I don't know, a few times. He seems pretty, he's just funny. He's like, you know, he takes care of his mother-in-law. Erica Pillsbury just, they once had a contest on which one of us mods they dislike. I know, isn't that amazing that they do stuff like that? Erica Pillsbury, Mercedes Vega's mom, messaged me earlier. So I guess next Tuesday. Okay. All right. Sweet. But why would they do that? You know, it's just like Marty and his family has nothing to do with any of you guys, you know? Their whole goal is to try to convince people who otherwise would be supporting me not to by any means possible. Because why else would you get a hold of, like, these people know that Marty's an adult. He's not, there's nothing happening. Like they go, oh, because his credit card one time, they must be telling him, hey, you're doing, that's not what's happening. It's not happening at all. And so they're just crazy people. And they try to do anything they can to keep people from supporting the channel. Yeah, it is. It's nuts. It's really, it's scary that there's people like that in the world, And the thing is I know me, I know who I am, and I just try as hard as I can to try to do well for my channel and myself and everything, but also do incredibly well for the charities and everything else, I just want to, survive and thrive somehow. Right now, we just don't have any, there's nothing big, like in terms of cases that I'm covering anyways. I mean, what are people watching right now? Are they still into that case over there in the Bahamas? I know that Ashley was still doing interviews. And Jessica got a few votes. All right. What about you, Lisa? Do you get some? They probably hate you the most. And they always think that I block anybody. Like anybody that has, they go, if anybody disagrees, you block them. That isn't how it works, and it never has. Somebody might say something, and I'll disagree with them. I'll say it out loud, like, yeah, no, I don't think that. And then they come back with something like, well, you're a jerk, man. You're that. They call me names and shit. And then then now you're out of here. It's always like that. It's never just, oh, you disagree, bye. That's never happened. Okay? And so, it's the perception that people have. It's crazy. A lot of times it's a perception because they were told. And look at the trolls are showing back up now because they know that I'm talking about them. It was down to 114. They thought it was winding down. They go, oh, hey, there we go. He's talking about us again. Ooh. Thanks for the view, though. Thanks for the view, suckers. I was on the list, but someone added me. Oh. Yeah. I haven't really been following the Bahamas one. All right, you guys. Well, I think that's got to do it. But I just want to let you know, I really don't know what to, how to, there's no way for me to fix what they're doing. It's just, that is what they are, that these people, I've never been, those three people that I mentioned earlier, I've never been mean to any of them. Ever. Okay? They've been, a couple of them have been sort of mean to me outside for no reason. And then they've came back, and then they go back out again, and I didn't do anything to them. Jessica wants you guys to vote for her in your little group. Think how pathetic your life is that you sit around and you go, what can we do today to hurt this guy again? What can we do? Oh yeah, hey, here's something fun. Hey everybody, what mods don't we like the most? I mean, the word loser comes to mind. Why don't you do something with your life? Make it worth something, because it isn't now. Yeah. Anyways, again, thanks everybody for tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring? If there's any updates in the Oklahoma mass shooting, I'll give you guys that. You know, I wish there was some sort of something to be talking about in the Nancy Guthrie case. All it is just everybody keeps theorizing, and then there's, you know, these newspaper articles are ex-FBI agent says, just to have something, because there's really nothing. Why'd they put Sandy on there? That's stupid. Well, they don't like Zozo because Zozo doesn't cave in or believe in them at all. Because we know each other, you know, and that's just the reality. These people are lunatics, you know. It's Trump derangement syndrome, but gray derangement syndrome. It doesn't matter what I say or how I say it, they'll view it in a way that matches their belief system. Confirmation bias at its finest. What is it? Yeah, it is. It is like they're addicted. It's just like Trump derangement syndrome. And that's a real thing. You know, it's not like people aren't making something up when they say Trump derangement syndrome. It's a true, actual thing. It's not like on the DSM-5, but it's a real thing. It's like it doesn't matter what he does. If 1 week, he actually says, it's funny, he says that, hey, you know what? If I want something done, what I'll say is the opposite of what I want, and then I'll get what I want. So I could say, I don't want to build a wall. Then the Democrats will say, let's build a wall. Why isn't Trump building a wall, man? That would say it would defend our whole country. Yeah, but you've never wanted a wall. But we do now because it wasn't what Trump wanted. It's crazy. I don't know that. It is. It's totally real. Does everybody agree? Like, it's a real thing that people are almost irrationally hateful to every single thing that he does. And it's just absolutely real. It's a real thing. You see it all the time. And let's see. They want to add more members to their cult. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They keep reaching out and they try to get more and more people. And yeah, I mean, you know, there's times where I lose a whole bunch of subs because of them. I think. I mean, I don't know. I think they have a lot of fake accounts that get wiped out by YouTube. But, you know, like if I put out good videos and so forth, I make all the subs that I get are from videos that I make. You know, when I do live streams, if it's breaking news on something, I might get 5 or 10 or 20 maybe. But when it's, you know, like just a decent video, I mean, I've had videos where I got like 700 subs from them, which is crazy. That's like, you know, almost 1,000. Oh, I didn't hear anything about it being locked down. Was it? Let's see. Oh, jeez, that just happened then, I guess, right? Ah, shit. No, it wasn't just now, it was earlier. It says, an individual was shot by law enforcement Monday near the Washington Monument. The Secret Service says the person's condition and the circumstances surrounding the shooting around 15th Street and Independence Avenue were not immediately known. The Secret Service encouraged people to avoid the area as emergency crews responded. The White House was briefly locked down as authorities investigated the incident. The Secret Service ushered journalists who were outside into the briefing room, and Trump continued his event without interruption. Jesus, what's going on here? I mean, what was the deal with that incident? Was that it right there?
But we start with a developing story out of Washington. A shooting at the Washington Monument put the White House on a brief lockdown today. It says that they fired when confronted by police, who then the suspect fired when confronted by police, who then fired. It says the shooting happened on the National Mall. They say the suspect fired when confronted by police, who then fired back. That suspect was taken to the hospital. No word on their condition. A bystander was also shot. President Trump was taking part in a small business event at the White House. It went on uninterrupted.
Jeez, man, I'm sort of nervous about his safety. Really, these people are just, God, these just losers. I mean, what are you guys doing? Just unbelievable. Yeah, well, there you go. All right, you guys, thanks for being here. We'll see you guys later. I appreciate you guys. Again, got to thank Allie Cake, Chris O'Connell, Carl W., WAC. You guys are amazing. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow, all right? So thanks for being here, and, wow, 4 hours and 4 minutes. We'll see you tomorrow, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2. Thank you, everybody.
Huh?
Thank you, I said.
Huh?
No, I didn't see that. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good one. Wait, you gotta undo this one. Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Thank you very much for watching. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Hey, by the way, do you guys watch that show From? You guys should watch that one. That is creepy as hell. I've watched it, every season, but, it's out again. But, man, what a crazy show. It's on, like, MGM Plus or something. Whew. Man, you guys got to go watch that one. From. Yeah, how I always have more to say, Chris, is that it? Oh, it looks like the sound effects quit working. All right, see you guys. Oh, and they do work. I knew it, man. That's what I did. Up and away! Yes, everybody. Check out the new mystery at grayhughesinvestigates.com. Oh yes, everybody, come view the mystery at grayhughes.com. Yes, everybody, come to Grant Hughes Investigates and watch the mystery. That's right, everybody, come to Grant Hughes and watch the mystery.
Correct.
Correct. I love that song. You are a curious being.
Evil can never be dead enough.
And some of you, you make shit up.
You mean like the trolls?